From a time of change comes the remarkable true story.
He's a wanderer, you know. That is why I gave him his name.
Of a remarkable true hero.
Grail.
I want to learn about my people.
Who's your people?
More.
The world of your ancestors.
He adopted the ways of the wild.
Can't turn back the clock. Nobody lives in the forest anymore.
I do.
Hi, William.
Hi. Hi.
How you doing, sir?
Looks like it's all working. Amazing.
Yes, it's always good when it works.
Yeah.
You having a nice start to your week?
Yeah, I hope I'm going to be of some use. My memory is so appalling. I'll just give you whatever I've got.
Oh yeah, we'll just see how we go. Well, thank you very much for wanting to talk to me about Grial principally. It's very kind of you. I wanted to just ask you, do you recall how you became involved with the project?
Well, I'd worked with Richard Attenborough before, and it was him. It was his passion project. He'd wanted to do it for a long time. I remember him telling me that it was Archie Bellany, aka Grail, who had got his brother David Attenborough interested in the natural world. David Attenborough had been to a lecture that Grail gave in Leicester, I guess, when he was a kid. And so Dickie Attenborough knew all about him and had long thought it was a fascinating subject. And so he wanted to make a film, and he'd worked with me on a couple of things. And so he came to me and said, would you be interested in writing it?
Mm-hmm. And I believe both Attenborough brothers, I think, saw Archie on stage, I believe. So how did you go about sort of, because you've done quite a few historical based period pieces, what's your usual starting point for something like that?
Well, it's a research process, obviously. And so I read his books, Grail's books, and I read everything I could about him, plus the production arranged for me to go to Canada. And I remember we flew in a helicopter right into the lakes in the woods, you know, very, very long way from anywhere, to where the beavers are, so I could see what it's like there and how, you know, the beavers work and all the rest of it. So I did a little bit of on the ground research, but you know, essentially I worked with the information that exists, which isn't huge, but there's enough of it, and did my best to construct a story. I mean, I was fascinated by the sort of the double twist of it, that this was a guy who was pretending to be a native Canadian, I suppose one has to say. And in that sense, he was a fraud, but he actually wasn't a fraud because he was completely passionate about both the tribe and the ecology side of it. And it was a very real passion. And his knowledge became immense. And when he went and lectured to people, it was completely genuine. What he was saying was real. What he was learning was real. What he was passing on was real. And it had a very, very valuable impact. So it's one of those kind of strange stories where somebody has sort of faked himself into reality. And I found that very interesting.
Yes, a very complex character that he had. I mean, was it a temptation to show a bit more about him before he moved to Canada, or was it just kind of you wanted to mainly focus on?
We did. There was a Hastings, I think. I can't remember, but I'm sure there must have been.
Oh,
yes.
He revisits his home that his aunt.
That's right. Yeah. But then, of course, also there was a love story, and we had to work that in. I mean, it was a fascinating project. I'm not sure that it entirely worked, and if it didn't, it's my fault. But as always, one is looking for something that will engage a general audience.
I mean, I watched it last night with my wife, and she hadn't seen the film before, and we both found it immensely informative, but also very because, of course, you say you got that the love story as well. So there's something that hopefully that grabs everybody. So do you feel that perhaps it fell a bit short in terms of what you wanted it to be?
Well, no, I don't know. I think there was a bit of a casting problem. As I say, if the film fell short, I am to blame, not anybody else, because the screenwriter shapes the entire story, and you know, there's nowhere to hide. People think that it's the director's fault. It's not. If things haven't worked out, it's a bad script. I think we had a secondary problem, which was to do with casting, because in order to cast a film and get it financed, you often need a reasonably big name. And in this case, it became important to cast as Grey Owl somebody who was, you know, well known. And when you cast an actor who is himself pretending to be Archie Blaney, who's pretending to be Grey Owl, you've got to have somebody who can do it well. And I'm not sure we quite got there. And also, in order to balance the fact that our Archie Blaney was not himself, you know, obviously remotely an actual native Canadian, First Nations person. I know Dickie was very, very keen to cast a First Nations actor as the leading woman. And he did his research, and various people came forward, and the incredibly lovely actor who was First Nation actor was cast. And in many ways she was good, but I'm not sure she was the ideal casting. So I think between the two, there was a little bit of a problem there.
Yeah, I do see what you mean, because I think you warm to her as the story goes on. Maybe it's partly the character, I suppose, a little bit, and but I think you certainly as you get more invested into the film, I think then you sort of really warm to her in the same way that, of course, Grey Owl does. So I think she's meant to be a bit difficult, isn't she? Really, sort of having that first half anyway.
I mean, she wasn't a very experienced actor, and that I don't know. It's a long time since I've seen it, to be honest. I mean, maybe if I saw it again, I would be pleased. I just remember at the time there was a lot of criticism.
Do you think that partly was because, for example, Pierce Brosnan, so very much cemented in the Bond role? Sometimes people like Christopher Reeve's Superman, it's very difficult for some people to see them as anything other. Do you think kind of hurt the film a little bit?
I think that is a real problem. It's not fair on Pierce Brosnan that should be done. But it does happen, and I've had other films where people have been cast who it's quite difficult to get them out of the type that you're expecting for the audience, and it's a real problem for directors and for producers, because they cannot get the finance unless they get the name, and the name isn't always the ideal casting.
I did hear that Kenneth Branagh was originally in the mix to do the film, but I think he didn't, because I think, again, because it was a low budget, Pierce had to lower his fee, and I think Kenneth couldn't do it at that particular time. Although I think Pierce does have quite a good resemblance to Archie, so in that respect, quite good casting.
Yes, I suppose so. I didn't know that actually about Branagh. But it wasn't a big budget film, and they certainly couldn't throw money at it.
Does the budget kind of ever sort of influence you in terms of what you write, in terms of knowing you've got to sort of do things in a certain way, or would you kind of sort of just write the story and
Well, what producers usually say is don't worry about the budget to start with. Write whatever you want to write, and we'll work on it later. However, if I know it's going to be a modestly budgeted film, I have an awareness of that, obviously. But you know what? This story, there wasn't anything that was a real big financial problem. I mean, you know, filming in Canadian woods and things like that, it's not expensive. So I wasn't really bothered about that. But I can't remember the process, but I know from my normal process, if I've written a script and it gets to the point of going into production and they then cost it, and they come back to me and they say, and this happens very, very frequently, they say, look, you know, this sequence where you've got a town in the 1920s, it's really expensive to rebuild that and to put all the cars in and you know, can you find another way to do it? Can you do it by a lakeside or something? And there's always a way. So of course I always say, yeah, sure.
Yeah. And I suppose that the film wasn't really given a chance to succeed in some respects. It didn't have a premiere in America. It didn't have a theatrical run in America. It did in Canada, but it didn't really sort of play much in the UK. Do you think there was kind of sort of people didn't really kind of know what to do with a film like this?
I actually don't know. I'm quite puzzled about what happened. I mean, it wasn't that terrible. You would have thought that it would have got a run, but I don't know. I actually don't know what happened. I mean, it's not just that I can't remember. I think when you finish a film, you put a lot of energy into it and a lot of love, and it's quite hurtful if things don't go well. So you don't all kind of get together and say, just how badly is it going and what's happening. You kind of go into denial and move on to the next project.
And what was your relationship with Richard Attenborough like? Was he very much sort of trusting you with the material, or was he kind of how much did he call him involved?
Very much. No, he's I mean, as you know, he's a former actor, and he's also a very confident director. But in terms of script and story, he's very collaborative. He was very willing to you know, let the screenwriter control all of that. He understood what would play and what would not play. He was brilliant at that. But you know, he was a wonderful director to work with, actually, because he's not himself a writer, and there are directors who are writers or auteurs, and they regard the writer as somebody who knocks together a first draft, which they will then take over and do what they want with. And that's all right, as long as you know going in that that's the deal. But Dickie was not like that. I mean, I remember when he took over Shadowlands, which I did not initially write for him to do. It was originally Sidney Pollack was going to do it. And Dickie took it over and he didn't change a word.
And just thinking, do you have any favorite moments from the film or your script that are your favorites, favorite parts, elements of the film that you really
of Grey Owl?
Yes.
I mean, I loved the project, I really did, and I thought the whole Archie Bellany story was wonderful. And I was, you know, I was sad that it didn't get bigger play than it did. But no, I can't remember. What about you?
Well, I think the love story, I think, is and I think the scene where Archie confesses to her what he has done, and the fact she, you know, loves him even more, that he chose that life, and it just wasn't one that he had to endure like most of us do, what we're given. I thought that was particularly lovely, and I think Randy Newman's music as well is a real strength in the film. All the stuff for the beavers again, is wonderful. And things like the speech at the end, where he undresses and he trying to prove that it doesn't matter who I am, it's that I have this message. I think moments like that, I think, are my favorites.
You make me want to see it again.
It is available on Prime actually, but
On Amazon Prime.
yeah, I think you have to
Really?
rent it or buy it, but it's
Oh,
only a
sure, sure. Yeah,
couple of pounds. But
yeah. I think I've probably got a DVD of it somewhere.
and I was just wondering about just a bit more about yourself. I mean, did you always want to be a writer, and how did you kind of sort of, in a brief sense, get into writing?
Yes, I always wanted to be a writer. I did not think of myself as a film writer or a screenwriter. In fact, I wanted to be a novelist. That was my ambition when I was young, and I've grown up through the Lit mill, English literature mill. So all my kind of early heroes were the writers of the great novels, and that's what excited me the most. People who could tell stories, but tell stories in a way that built your understanding of what it is to be alive, to be human, to be struggling with the life we have. So that was what I was trying to do, to be a novelist. But you can't live as a novelist if you don't publish books. And even if you do publish books, it's actually quite hard. And I had to have another job. So I got a job with the BBC. And I was working for the BBC, and I was getting up early every morning to do my novel writing. And I did a couple of hours before going into the BBC. I still get up very early because of that. And I did this for like 15 years, and writing my novels. And my friends in the BBC knew I was doing this. And so when one of them wanted to do a drama project, but they didn't have any budget, he came to me and said, would you write a script for me, basically for nothing, because he couldn't pay me. And I kind of thought, well, it's, I didn't take it very seriously. I thought it's a bit of fun. And so I did this, and it was about Martin Luther. And my script was sent to Jonathan Pryce, and he said, oh, I like this, I'll do this. So it was a small, 60-minute long TV drama, long time ago, called Martin Luther Heretic, and it got made. And I really enjoyed it, and I thought, this is all right. So my friend who'd produced it said, well, let's do another one. And we were doing this within the BBC, but sort of unofficially. We weren't part of the drama department. So he had another idea for a subject, which I wasn't all that interested in, but he kind of pushed and said, look, come on, maybe you'd have a go at it. So I did have a go at it, and very quickly, really, and that got made. And suddenly that won the Best Drama of the Year award, and that was the TV version of Shadowlands. And to my astonishment, I found that I was in demand as a TV screenwriter. So I then was, starting to take on a lot of very exciting projects. I did another one shortly after about the discovery of DNA, the structure of DNA, for a director called Mick Jackson. And that also won the Best Drama of the Year award. So it kind of started to look like it wasn't a fluke. And that was really, really exciting for me. So I realized I could live by writing, but not writing novels. So I then left my BBC job and went freelance. And very quickly, I was getting calls from Los Angeles. And, once you get any kind of profile at all, people do show up. And in fact, there was the version that Dickie Attenborough did of Shadowlands for the big screen, which was the Anthony Hopkins version, got me an Oscar nomination. And that, and I was away from that. I think I've now had 26 films made from my scripts. So, I've done a lot.
And I assume there's lots of, for every one script you get gets made, there's probably maybe 10 that don't. Is that kind of a
yes. Yeah. In my case, it's not 10. I would say for every one made, there's one that isn't. Right. I'm running at about 50%, which a lot of people probably don't realize is a very, very high percentage.
Yeah.
I've done well. I've really done. I mean, 26 films in a career is a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wanted to mention Gladiator because that's got 3 writers credited to it, so not the most simple of processes. At what point did you come on board?
I was the 3rd writer. There was a first writer who conceived the idea, and he wrote his drafts, and then for whatever reason the production decided to move on. It's not a comfortable process. It means you get sacked, basically, and another writer comes on. And they brought on a second writer, a very good writer called John Logan. And he got the project to a point where it was considerably better than it had been. When they first embarked on it, Ridley Scott was on board from the beginning, on the basis of the idea. And he was on what's called pay or play, which means they were committed to paying him, presumably a lot of money. But then John Logan did his work, and it was, a huge advance on the script. However, when they started going into proper production and casting and having a read through with all the cast, everybody realized it wasn't there. So they kind of panicked, and they needed somebody to make at least some changes. And I was working for the producer on another project, and he came to me and he said, could you take a look at this script? So I took a look at it, and I said, look, it's a great idea, but this is what it needs. And I told him, and so he got onto his studio, and they hired me, for 2 weeks to do some character work. And I did that, and that had a knock-on effect on the next bit of the story, and a knock-on effect. I started work 4 weeks before they started shooting, and I was still on the project as they finished shooting. So I was on it for like 20 weeks, and I was writing, because everything changes everything all the time. And then, of course, we were actually shooting, and we were seeing how it was coming out. And we were seeing things like Joaquin Phoenix was turning into this extraordinarily interesting character that we could do more things with. So it was a very unusual process for filmmaking, and for me, that I was kind of working on it in real time. I was in Morocco, I was in Malta, where it was shooting, sitting in a trailer with a laptop hammering away. And I was like, a couple of scenes ahead of the camera all the time. Which was wonderful. So for me, it was great because they were in real panic mode, and I was like the rescuer, and I did not expect to get a credit. But by the time I'd finished, I'd done so much that, I don't know if you're aware of how the credit system works for film, but it's not determined by the production. It's determined by the Writers Guild of America. So the production can submit all the scripts done by the writers submit all their scripts. And the Writers Guild of America convenes a panel of 3 anonymous volunteer screenwriters, and they study the scripts, all of which are anonymized, and determine who deserves a credit. And the rules are very, very strictly laid out. For a 3rd writer, it's almost unheard of to get a credit. You have to have done like 50% of the project. You have to have done 50% of the character work, of the dialogue, etc. First writer automatically gets a credit. You cannot bump a first writer off the credit list. So in the end, the 3 of us were awarded credit, to the surprise of some. And that meant I got a 2nd Oscar nomination.
And of course, you had the death of Oliver Reed to...
Yes, I had to rewrite everything for that. Yes, we had to rebuild the whole ending.
So I take it, especially at that point, Ridley Scott was probably quite involved. Was it a different kind of relationship compared to Richard Attenborough?
Not really. Ridley Scott is, again, a very self-assured director who knows exactly what he can do. And he's, as you know, he's a sort of magician, really. I mean, he's an absolutely brilliant director. He doesn't play a massive role in script construction. He relies on the screenwriters and on the producers to be with him. I mean, he plays his part, but I wouldn't say he's dominant in that respect. I mean, when I was working on Gladiator, every lunchtime I would spend with him going over the script, and every evening we would be on the phone to Los Angeles to go over it with the studio. And then we had the producer on site, Doug Wick, who was very, very involved. We had a very good executive producer. So there were basically 4 of us at work on it all the time. Very collaborative, this process. And I think part of Ridley's genius, to be honest, is that he is so collaborative. He really is. And he was very, very brilliant at realizing what his actors could do and couldn't do. He kind of began to feel what Russell Crowe's strengths were and to feed into them. And Russell is a very difficult actor to work with. He's very, mind you, he was carrying this enormous film on his back, and it wasn't in meltdown, but it was in a certain amount of chaos. And so he was quite troubled. And Ridley just knew how to handle him, how to reassure him, and how to push him to get the best out of him and out of the others. And, being a film director, it's an almost impossible job, because you've got to be like a father figure, a creative figure, a manager, a designer, all these things all at once. I admire that very much.
Of course, it's not historically accurate in terms of the death of Commodus at the end.
Not historically accurate in any way whatsoever.
Well, yes, but I think about that point, a good example, an obvious one, is it, even as a writer, it's always about what's best for the story rather necessarily.
We didn't care about history.
Yeah.
Not, I mean, one of the things that I introduced to the story was the idea of an afterlife. And we were working so fast, I didn't even have time to work out what a Roman afterlife was. So I borrowed the Greek afterlife. I mean, no, the whole thing is fantasy. There is not a scrap of reality in it at all.
And I think the death of Maximus, was something that wasn't always set in stone. Was that something that you kind of pushed for?
No. He was always going to die.
He was always going to die.
He was always going to die. Yes, absolutely. No, what I was concerned to achieve was a sense at the end that he hadn't died in vain, but that something had been gained by the death. In other words, I didn't want it just to be a revenge movie. In a revenge movie, the bad guy does something horrible, and we're all wanting for the good guy to catch up with him and punish him, and then he can die. But what do you feel then? Nothing much. So I wanted it to be about something more than revenge. Hence the whole business with the afterlife and his wife, his son, to make you realize. Also, I wanted him, Maximus, to be presented from the beginning as somebody who wasn't that interested in being a soldier. He was interested in his wife, his son, and his farm, and that immediately you sympathize with somebody under those circumstances. I mean, to put it very crudely, I wanted him to love something.
And I think that those that are best to have power are ironically those that never want it. So I think that
right.
kind of element
was that's right. They may not be the most effective at prosecuting a war. I mean, anger and hatred can be horribly effective, but in terms of, and certainly, Marcus Aurelius is a real Roman emperor, and he was a real wise man. So it was correct to have him sympathize with Maximus wanting something other than war. That was all correct as far as that went.
Is there any other contributions from Gladiator that you're particularly very proud of to have brought to the film?
Well, as I say, it was such a collaborative thing. I don't really want to claim anything. I'm very proud, whether it was me or the combination of all of us, that it's a film which is emotionally moving instead of just a punch 'em up film. It could easily have been, you know, just an action movie set in ancient Rome with lots of killing.
Yeah.
And I'm very proud that it has a very strong emotional core. And I certainly did everything I could to contribute to that. But, you know, it's not just me.
It's one of those films I think that works on every level. It's well directed. It has a beautiful score. So
The score is sensational.
Yes.
Sensational. I mean, it's a very interesting thing about musical scores for movies. I can't think of a single great movie that doesn't have a great score, you know. I can think of some great scores with bad movies. Well, not bad, but weak movies. The Mission, weak movie, amazing score by Morricone, the great genius Morricone. But it's very interesting to me that most of the movies we really love have fantastic scores. You know, think of all the Godfather movies.
I think without if the music isn't right, it doesn't matter how good the film is, it will be slightly off, won't it?
Yeah, it's difficult.
Because it brings that an additional emotional element to it, doesn't it?
Very much so.
Obviously, you probably know that Gladiator 2 is in production.
Yes.
Was that ever something that was kind of, because I know it's been a long period in development, was that ever something that you thought you might be working on?
No. I mean, I wasn't part of the original team at all. You say it's been long in development. In fact, it hasn't. What's happened is every now and again somebody pops up with an idea, and the people who control Gladiator are obviously very, very concerned to protect its legacy. And so they just kept on saying, we're not quite right. Now they've come up with something. You know, I don't know what it is, but it must be pretty good, because they were being very demanding. So if they've said we'll go ahead with this, then I think they must have got something good.
I mean, what I can tell, it's about Lucius, the son, and Denzel Washington, and it's got a few of the returning cast members, of course, that you would probably had a hand in shaping the characters. So of course it will have your signature in it to some extent.
Not really.
Well, my final question is just so what does the future hold? I know you're working on an eco disaster.
I'm doing lots and lots of work. I'm fairly superstitious about what I do, because you never know whether it's going to happen or not. So I don't talk about stuff until it's actually in production and I know it's happening. But yeah, I mean, I've been busy for 50 years now, and I'm still busy, which slightly surprises me. I expect the phone will stop ringing at some point, but in the meantime, I mean, I'm doing a TV series, and I'm doing a movie, and I'm doing a play, and I'm doing lots of things, which may or may not come to pass, by the way.
Well,
it's tough times.
Yeah, I suppose you still get, even if it is not made, you've still gone through that experience, and so it's still pleasing.
That's exactly correct. It's very enriching. That's exactly right. And I've been very fortunate. I've lived through a time when screenwriters have been well paid, so I've been able to save money, and I'm okay. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to starve, and that means I can take on projects that enrich me and that excite me and that I learn from. And I mean, I'm just being asked to do something about big agriculture, which is like big pharma, you know, or big tech, big ag, and I'm learning stuff that I just didn't know. That's absolutely fascinating. So I feel very grateful.
And you still want to do more novels and things of that nature?
I am doing a novel as we speak. Yes. And in fact, the original novels that I did, none of which were published. Then I spent a lot of time doing screen work, and then I did do novels, and I've published many novels, actually.
Did you find it's almost a pure form of writing because you haven't got other people getting, it's not diluted? Or
it is, but that's dangerous, of course, because it means that you don't have people getting rid of your rubbish. However, novels can go inside the mind in a way that screen can't. So that's what really excites me about it. And the novel I'm writing right now, I'm very absorbed by and excited by. So, I mean, that's what I'm grateful for, to go on being excited by my work.
Does it have a title yet, or you can't quite say?
At present, it's called Fear, Love, Fear.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah.
But it'll probably change, but that's what it is at present.
Well, I wish you all luck with all your projects. Sounds very fascinating and exciting. And thank you for having this lovely chat this evening.
Okay, my pleasure. Hope it goes well.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Sorry about this. I'm a little late.
Oh, that's all right. I was just emailing Judy. I thought I'd got the time wrong. So that's all right. We're here now.
All right. Okay, good.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Not doing too bad.
Good.
All considering.
Yeah.
I can only sort of see the top half of your face, Vlast. Do you want to just move?
Oh,
can you
I'm
move
not
the camera
seeing
a little bit?
myself. I don't. Oh, view there it says.
Yeah.
Yes. Gallery. There we are. Oh, there I am. Oh,
yeah.
all right.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
that's lovely.
I should fix my hair. All right.
So, well, thank you very much for wanting to talk about Grey Owl. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah.
Right. So, have you had a nice year so far?
Yeah, it's I'm getting older. There's less work, but I'm doing a lot of voice work, so to keep my hand in at least.
Oh,
and
yes,
then there's some film work.
Oh, good. Have you got any exciting projects coming up, or
nothing huge? No, you get older. You can't play the cops. You can't play the bad guys. I play grandfathers and Santa Clauses these days. So
yeah.
I actually complained to my agent a few months ago, actually. I was getting scripts, and they were all for wheezy, old, roomy-eyed guys who don't get past, in wheelchairs, who usually don't survive past the first commercial. And at the time, I had friends who were dying, and I'm of an age that I do check the obits, and I've lost quite a few lately. And at that point, I was feeling a little vulnerable. So I whined to my agent and said, get me something besides somebody who's dying.
Yeah. Yes, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I was clearing my glasses. Yeah. A few of the people I've talked to over the years, unfortunately, have passed on fairly recently. So yeah, you do sort of get you thinking a bit. So the first question I wanted to ask you: do you recall how you came aboard Grey Owl in the first place?
Yeah, it was a casting house that had obviously spoken to Richard Attenborough and what was her name, Diana, his producer. She was his right hand. I can't remember her name, Diana something. But anyway, maybe as much as a year before, we had a meeting in a hotel and a little face to face, and Attenborough said, "Yeah, you'll do. Okay, you're in." So that was it. I was in.
Quite straightforward as it goes.
Yeah, no shenanigans. No.
It was Diana Hawkins was the producer.
That's it. Yes.
So you found that she was quite pleasant. Was she quite involved in terms of on the set?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah. Well, the thing is, they had that arrangement. Dickie, as he liked to be called, was the sweetest man possible. Absolutely a delightful man. And Diana did the heavy lifting. She took care of business, and when required, she could be the tough one. but generally a very pleasant person. Excuse me.
Yes. Yeah.
I enjoyed working with them immensely.
So what was Richard Attenborough like as a director, say, and certainly how he might have contrasted to, say, other directors you worked with?
I'd say he was probably one of my favorites. An absolutely sweet man. As an example, I mean, I brought my family to set one day. We were shooting in a remote location. My kids were small, and on a big, busy set with people running around carrying things and hundreds of extras and everything. Attenborough took the time to, spend about 15 minutes with my kids, and sort of delighted in them. And I thought, well, this is a lovely man. And actually, we were shooting a scene. It was the opening, the title scene, where Pierce Brosnan and I were tracking. He was my guide, my hunting guide, and we were tracking through the woods. And he was obviously a man, familiar with walking silently and stalking, with the script I remember said, moves through the forest like smoke. And contrasting with my character, who was, the rich guy who hires him. And I'm afraid I sort of took every opportunity to get to trip over stuff and get whacked in the face by twigs and, branches and so on. 3 cameras tracking. It was a huge shot, 3 tracking cameras. And Attenborough came, and Dickie came up to me after the cut, laughing and laughing and laughing. And he actually grabbed onto my shirt, because he's a tiny man, grabbed onto my shirt and sort of pulled himself up and said, "You are a rascal, aren't you?" That's all I needed. I'd gone too far, obviously. I needed to pull it way back, So I like that kind of direction where he's not telling me overtly, he's just letting me figure it out,
But will guide you as needed, sort of thing. So
as needed. He appealed to my better senses, and just generally, he was an absolute delight to work with. Well, for one thing, the film was produced by what was his name? Forgetting everybody's name these days. Jake Ebert, right? Sorry, who's a big guy. He did Gandhi with Attenborough, and I suspect that the beginnings of a good set arise with hiring the crew. Jake Ebert put a crew together that was devoted to the cause, worked hard together, worked pleasantly together. The whole prospect of going to work, at 4 a.m. every morning was wonderful because it was such a great set to go to, I enjoyed every minute of it.
And it's a lot. It's a one.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go on. Sorry.
And of course, and then directed by Richard Attenborough is the icing on the cake.
Oh yeah. And it's a lovely opening sequence, isn't it? And it's beautifully. The cinematography is beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's very. It was Roger Pratt was the cinematographer.
Right.
Would you have talked much to the crew during the shoot? Would you have sort of had a few words with certain people?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's very busy,
Oh yes,
and basically, when I'm working, I tend to keep to myself. If I've got a character that I'm trying to carry, I don't chat. I would bring a book. I would sit by myself, just to maintain whatever it is that I brought to the set that day. I find that too much chatter distracts from that concentration.
Yes.
You know, but we did talk. You know, I have many friends there. The makeup and and wardrobe and all those people that I would interact with directly before shooting, and sound, of course. Sorry, a little bit of a cold.
That's okay.
But you know, another thing that occurs to me, and what they did very well, very important. I don't think people realize how important it is to have a smart makeup and hair and wardrobe people. When an actor stumbles in onto set in the morning at 6 in the morning or whatever it is, and half awake, and maybe he's had a few cocktails the night before, these are the first people that they encounter. And and usually these are cheerful, wise people. They spend all day, you know, tending to people who want to talk about what they're doing. You know, actors with their enormous egos or their enormous problems or whatever it is. And so they have a function as preparing the actor, not just with the makeup or hair or costume, but prepare them for the day. You know, set up the mood, set up set up the you know, introduce the actor into the day. You know, I think a wise producer chooses very carefully for that quality, not just of technical quality, but personal quality among that particular crew. You know.
And you mentioned it, the costumes. It was a lady called Renee April who's the costume designer.
Oh,
and of course, fantastic, isn't it? In the movie.
Renee, I have known for many, many years. I'd met her in 1972, believe it or not.
Oh, right.
I was a second assistant director on a film with Donald Sutherland and Chief Dan George, and she was a costumer on it, and I'd known her for many years. I haven't seen her for some years now, but she and I go way back.
Your character is fictional in that it is based on the actual publisher of Grey Owl's book, but it is not the actual name. It was Lovett Dixon who actually published Pilgrims of the Wild.
Right.
So you're kind of sort of based upon. Nevertheless, do you kind of would you do a bit, what sort of research would you do for something like this, you know, period piece that's kind of loosely kind of based upon reality?
Well, there wasn't a lot of research involved. I mean, the character was fairly straightforward. There was no need for yeah, basically everything was provided to me. You know, all the tools I needed at that point. What was more important to me was the relationship with the other actors. You know?
And you thought the script, you liked the script, I take it, you thought it was pretty good?
Oh yeah.
Would you be ad-libbing? You say obviously Dickie was happy with you to sort of try things. Did that include the dialogue as well?
It's been a few years.
Yes,
26 years, I think. But I don't think we improvised very much. We had you know, it was a fairly straightforward what we had to do. You know, we had our dialogue. We worked at it. You know, Pierce every now and then would. I mean, any actor would. You know, if there was a little awkwardness in how something came out, how something was said, or something, you know, didn't make sense. You know, you might offer an idea, but you know, he wasn't close to ideas, but there seemed to be not much need.
No. Well, you have a very solid writer, very solid script, so you kind of just can trust the material, can't you, in those kind of
Of course,
cases?
yeah.
I was wondering, so after the opening hunt, you're in a little canoe with with Pierce. Was that quite interesting to film?
Yeah, that was kind of fun. That was a good day. We the camera was on a sort of a pontoon boat,
Hmm.
and they motored quietly next to us and with us, and um, uh, yeah, it's again, it's a long time ago, but
Hmm.
yeah, we filmed that up north of Montreal, up in the Laurentians. There's a lake there
Hmm.
that we use. There's a resort actually where we sort of a log cabin resort where we had a base for a while, and
So
we
it's quite
filmed.
an idyllic location to be working in, really.
Yeah,
I take it was as beautiful as it is in the film.
there's a lot of films,
Mm.
from England, the Germans in particular, and the French who come to Canada for those locations because we've got plenty of natural wilderness there. So very often I've worked on French productions, for instance, where they've come in, with old ideas of, cowboys and Indians, expecting to
Mm.
see all the indigenous people in feathers and buckskins, and and they promoted that idea of natives as with the stereotype that I remember from when I was a kid, you know.
Hmm.
So there is a lot of a lot of filming of that kind going on, of seeking that ideal of the native in his wilderness. And I mean, you practically want singing bears and friendly beavers, which doesn't happen.
Hmm. And being a Canadian story, were you familiar with Grey Owl going into the film? Was it something that you had been familiar with, Archie
Not
Greyhound?
really. No, no, but I learned about him. Yeah,
Hmm.
he was an Englishman actually.
Well,
And,
yes, and obviously an Englishman,
yeah,
but of course it takes place in Canada, of course. So
right.
um, I was wondering because Pierce Brosnan was sort of at the height of his powers at this point, having done 3 Bond films.
Right.
How did you find he found this role? Did you get a sense it was challenging, something he was enjoying?
Yeah, actually, I remember my wife came to set and saw him walking by, and she pointed out to me, "Look at how he's walking." And I realized because he was wearing moccasins, and he got the walk. The silent walk. He was just walking around on at base, just, but he was as if he was stalking, and he had taken on this persona very, very effectively. And um, even his manner of speaking, a little bit clipped, the natives speak.
Hmm.
And I was quite impressed. He was quite immersed in the character.
Hmm. Is he an actor that like yourself kind of wants to sort of prepare and have more quiet moments? Is that sort of his similar working way?
I suppose, yeah, yeah. I think he did that kind of work before, before he comes to set. But yeah, a very serious actor, and I'd been used to his, Remington Steele and all that sort of stuff that he'd done, sort of a glamour boy. But he is a fine actor and a committed actor.
Hmm. And I suppose when you're famous for something like Bond, you want a challenge, you want to sort of a bit more, don't you? And I think this was a great opportunity for him to do that. One of the memorable sequences that you're involved in is the war dance again towards the beginning. That looks like that could have been an interesting shoot. Does that sort of jog any memories?
Yeah, that was again at that resort. I don't know what the that was sort of like a show for the tourists.
It was, yes.
They were doing that war dance, as I
Yeah.
recall. It's been a few years since I've seen it. Yeah, I've been around the real thing. When I first met Rene April, for instance, we were doing a project in Saskatchewan called Alien Thunder, and I was a second assistant. My job was the back lot. The first assistant director is responsible for the set, and the second assistant is responsible for the back lot. He makes sure that the actors are there, the actors are clothed and prepared and ready and delivered to the set. And so part of that responsibility on that particular project was dealing with the local Cree population in northern Saskatchewan, who could be it's like herding cats sometimes. They often didn't really care much for timetables and so on. But anyway, I made a lot of friends, and I got invited to many powwows and rodeos and gymkhanas, and I went to quite a few events with that kind of dancing. So it was familiar to me, and actually I made some friends who stayed friends, lifelong friends, who were professional Cree dancers, for instance, So I was quite used to it.
And I want to ask, the beavers are quite a major part of the film, and there's some baby beavers, some kits, and I think they're in your scene when you come to when you fly in on the seaplane.
That's right. That's right.
Do you remember the animals on set?
Yeah, lovely little characters. I didn't spend much time with them, but they seem to be well tended and well behaved and cute as a button.
Yeah. Have you been on productions where you've had animals and the old saying, "Don't work with children and animals"? Is that sort of if you found that to be true?
Oh yeah. Oh, I've been with yeah. I once did a pilot for CBS called "Who's Minding the Zoo," and I was the zoo vet. So I got up close and personal with lions, and I had a marvelous conversation with an orangutan mother and her child. They have a sense of humor, They have great empathy. I am absolutely in love with the great apes now because of that. They are somebody. You know what I mean? They're not. It's. I don't. There's no language for it. I'd like to say their humanity became obvious to me, but it's not humanity by definition. But and oftentimes I've worked with bears. I've worked with. I remember being in a scene with 8 Bengal tigers. They were caged, but that was only a suggestion for the tigers. They could have gotten out of there in a second, and I knew it. And I had to overcome some wobbly knees to play my scenes. Yeah, you get to meet these animals. I've ridden many horses and played with cattle, and dogs. I once I worked with a police dog who was magnificent. He was Sultan was his name. He was a working Sûreté du Québec, Quebec Provincial Police dog, who was famous for having found lost children and brought down criminals and all kinds of exploits like that. And I was going to do some scenes with him, and I was practicing walking with him, and he was magnificent, absolutely a gorgeous dog, beautifully trained, beautifully behaved, big, like massive and gorgeous. And at one point, he walks around in front of me, puts his paw, jumps up, puts his paws on my shoulders, and his nose into my face. And I was terrified. My heart skipped a beat. And the trainer said, you didn't say nice words to him. You've got to treat. You've got to, you've got to tell him that he's doing well. So I said, "Oh, good boy." That was all he needed. And he was back down. So I've had great opportunities with animals, and I'm very grateful for it because it means a lot to me.
Oh yeah, sounds wonderful. Yes. Were you inspired by the film's message? Do you think it was an important film? Certainly then, maybe even more important now, perhaps.
I'm curious. I don't know. It's there's a funny line there, because it's one of those deals where they say that that they should hire actors who are what they represent. And obviously this was not a story that isn't about that. But there was some blowback on why didn't they get it, why didn't they get a proper indigenous actor, of which there are some very talented ones. And of course that wasn't the story. So I'm not sure what conclusions I get out of the film about that, but except reinforces my view that an actor is an actor and can be whatever he chooses to be if he does it right and does it properly.
Yes, in this particular instance, Pierce was perfectly cast in it because he was well, of course, apart from being Irish rather than English, but he was pretending to be, so I think if anybody kind of, if there's any blowback about, they obviously didn't know the story or weren't, which is often, I think, the case. They're very loud voices, but usually quite uninformed ones. And I know there's been some hoopla in the UK about the Globe Theatre in London is doing Richard III, and it's a woman playing Richard III. Strangely enough, that's not, well, we seem to be more used to sort of gender swapping and things of that nature happening these days. But there's been criticism from the disabled community saying that it should be somebody that has a hunchback play, has the scoliosis and things. You think, well,
that really narrows down the field, doesn't it?
Well, yes.
Yeah, but I applaud the theater for trying that sort of things. About 20 years ago, we did Richard III with William Hurt, wore the hump, and I played his brother. And but this was during the time of the Iraq War, of the United States going into Iraq. And the story became basically Richard became Bush. And there were modern themes of modern warfare, so that's how we did it. And we're trying to, I suppose, a war is a war is a war, and sort of bring that old war up to modern commentary.
Yeah. And yes, it's very interesting. I think there's a huge argument of what an actor can do these days, and it's very interesting, I think, to see where that will go. I mean, I think everybody should play every role, but that includes allowing, um, people of able body to play disabled people, and vice versa. And I think it was one black actor suggested that if you're going to have total universal, changing everything, that even white actors could play black roles, and even historical figures. And if you want to make it completely inclusive, that's what you have to do, isn't it? Sort of.
I suppose. I mean, it's a delicate thing, and you're stepping on toes and pissing people off and so on. But too bad.
Yeah.
I joke around and say I'm an actor. I could play a pubescent Japanese girl. Why not? It wouldn't look right. I'm sure, but I could give it a try.
Absolutely, yeah. I wonder if you had any further memories from Grey Owl that we haven't already touched on.
Oh, let me think. Yeah, well, there was we couldn't use the bear, and there was a bear scene, and there was and he was a big guy, I remember, and there was a memo that women on menstruating women were to stay away from work because the bear would pick up the scent and become unmanageable.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Well, we showed up for work and the bear was unmanageable, so he must have picked up the scent somewhere, somehow, of somebody.
Mm.
What else was there? There was the sets were wonderful on this. There's a scene where my character picks up Grail from the ship when he's returning, and that was a beautiful set. That was actually shot in a port shed in the port of Montreal, and the ship was huge. Side of it was a prop. It was massive, though. It was the side of a huge ship, but it wasn't a ship. And I always enjoy seeing these kinds of sets, and how the illusion is created.
Yeah, I think that's what's lovely about things like how to tour in Euston, or you get to see how it's done. You get to see the scaffolding and the fact it's all plasterboard and that kind of thing. So all, I think, even with so much knowledge of the film business, people still have that sort of childlike excitement about how things are done.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. A few years ago, I was in Brazil doing a film, and it was set in 1585. And they'd built most of a sort of papier-mâché castle surrounded by green screen. So that our little set became a huge edifice, and they inserted the backgrounds and the unspoiled country behind it. I always enjoy that sort of thing. I do a lot of video games. I mostly voice these days, but I've done mocap, motion capture, as an actor, and I love to do it because of the technology. I'm a sucker for the gee whiz. Look at that. That's fantastic. All of that power, all that computing power is on the screen in front of me as I'm moving. It's moving with me, and there's the character, all that stuff. I'm fascinated by it. I really enjoy it, and when you see that in the films when we're doing movies, it's a treat for me. You know, I was one of my earlier films was probably the last massive makeup jobs that I've done was you know, hours and days in the chair and making, you know, prosthetics and all that. That's they don't do that much anymore. You know, it's not necessary. It's much cheaper to use AI you know, the computers.
Hmm. Uh, and I was wondering, do you remember an actor called David Fox? He played the sort of park ranger.
Yes, yes.
Was he a nice actor?
Oh, he's a good guy. Yeah, yeah. I remember him. Yeah, I enjoyed working with him. I don't. Oops, what's going on here? I don't. I didn't have that much to do with him, but yeah, I enjoyed him.
You obviously do share a couple of scenes with Annie, who of course is the
Yes.
female lead in the film. Was she because she wasn't that experienced when she in terms of film or TV anyway, but I think she delivers a really good performance.
Well, she was quite gentle and I don't know that she had many that she was a skillful actor in particular, but she brought a certain quality to it.
Hmm.
She's a lovely woman, and yeah, sorry.
And as I was just thinking of the other people that were involved in the film, Stuart Bick,
Stuart, right. I
yeah.
hadn't thought of him for a while. Yeah. He's a firecracker,
Mhm.
uh, and an energetic performer, and always reliable in the scene. You, you want reliable actors with, you know, when you get into a scene, you can do a little, you know, back and forth reliably.
Especially when you're spending so much time together, you want good people to bounce off and that know what they're doing, of
Yes, of course.
course. Absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah. Nathaniel
Arkan. Yeah, he was
yeah,
terrific.
he was, yeah.
He's gone on to do bigger and do bigger things. He's there's we have here IPTN what is it uh, Indigenous TV, and they produce series and so on. And I know that he's involved in a show for a while.
Hmm.
Seems to be doing quite well with it. So
Yeah.
IPTN, is that it? You know.
Hmm. Yeah, I think one of the strengths of the film is the quality of the actors involved, and the chemistry I think works quite well with the
Right.
characters. And I think another aspect of the film that works really well is the music. George Fenton's
Right.
music, I think, really sort of, especially on those big vistas when you can sort of just sort of really sort of open
Yeah.
it up. Um, do you recall sort of well, maybe that's sort of the last time you saw it, or maybe you saw it at the time it came out, what you kind of thought of it as a whole?
It's been years, honestly.
Hmm.
I was invited. They had sort of a premiere for I think for investors or something that I got myself invited to. Um, so well, I saw it then, and then I think I saw it again I tell you, I don't watch myself on screen. It makes me crazy. There's always something I should have done. Yeah. And then I brood over it for a few days. So I just avoid the whole deal.
But you weren't disappointed in the film. You thought it was it's.
I don't think the film succeeded as well as it should have. There were great elements,
No.
great people involved. I didn't enjoy it as much as I should have, as I would have liked.
Right.
It seemed a little understated, a little, well, it got boring, I thought.
I think it's a very intimate story. It's kind of, having seen it a couple of times, it's I like the film, of course, and I think it's got some very, very good qualities. But you're right, there is something that doesn't quite. There's something missing. So it's just out. It just keeps it away from greatness. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's something sort of slightly. And maybe it just needed a bit more sort of punch here and there, I suppose.
A little drive. Yeah, the Annie, for instance, I found her. She's a sweet girl, she's a lovely girl, but she needed more pop. You know, I don't know how to put this without, I don't like talking about other actors like that, but I think she needed more.
Yeah. And
particularly in such a pivotal role.
So perhaps needs somebody a bit more experience to. It may just come down to experience, possibly, rather than say.
Possibly,
yeah. It's a big film in that respect, to carry off in your opposite very big players, and whether she found it a bit intimidating, I'd imagine, being young, I think I would, a little bit.
Yeah, probably,
Richard Attenborough behind the camera, and it's the guy who did Gandhi and all his films and stuff, and whether that kind of gets you a little bit. Because obviously the story is quite well. Any film, of course, has to sort of boil down somebody's life in very simple terms, doesn't it? You've only got 2 hours to do it, and of course, Archie Gray had very, very complicated relationships with women, sort of romantically in his life than the film focused on. So it's not that historically accurate in some areas, of course. Do you find that if you're watching a film, do you like it to be accurate when you're talking about historical figures, or can you see it as what fits the story, what's entertainment? Where do you sit on that?
Well, as a viewer, as an audience member, I want to be transported. If it's historically inaccurate, I'm not going to get my knickers in a twist. It's if I am transported, if I am drawn in, that's why I don't go to the theater that much. I'm very often seeing friends, and what I see is friends working. I don't want to see friends working. I want to not see my friend working. You know what I mean? That's my gauge, and if I've seen friends who succeeded quite well in losing themselves and losing me in what they're portraying. And that goes for anything that I'm watching on screen as well. I want to be transported. I want to be taken away. I'm on for the magical mystery ride, That's what I'm after. I love Gary Oldman, for instance. I think he's one of my favorite actors. And the way I put it is that if I sat down for a drink next to Jack Nicholson, I would be sitting with Jack Nicholson. But if I sat down next to Gary Oldman, I might not know him. He's one of those transformative actors who just takes a role. I'm watching Slow Horses now. He takes a role. He gets in there. He wears it, and he's magnificent. I think he's a tremendous actor. I love watching him work. And a little bit more of that from from me, please.
Hmm. Hmm. I know when I was speaking to William Nicholson, the screenwriter, and I asked him kind of the same question, and he was very much had your response. It's what works for the story. It's what's entertainment. So when he was writing Gladiator, some the climax in the in the in the Gladiator ring, of course, is historically inaccurate in terms of what happened to that particular emperor, but it doesn't matter. It works for the story, so you can chuck out history if it serves the plot, and that was kind of was his sort of unless you're deliberately making something that is has to be accurate, JFK or something, Oliver Stone's JFK, for example, have certain things have to be kind of, and even then you are
of course
decanting things and still kind of simplifying and
well, if you can't offend people's knowledge.
Well, exactly, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? I take my responsibility as people have paid, a fair bit of money. For instance, in the theater, those seats aren't cheap.
No.
You got to give them the money's worth. You got to transport them. You got to make them laugh. Nothing makes me happier than making people laugh. Nothing feels as good to me as an actor as having an audience that is with you and then, transporting them, and that's what I jones for. That's what I crave. That I could shoot that stuff up,
Mm.
and that's I think for any actor that is what you need to do.
Yeah.
To take the people for a ride.
I think one of the reasons why Grey Owl failed in terms of a commercial success was that it's not a very traditional Hollywood story. It doesn't really fit into a marketing box. It's romantic, but it's not a romance. It's not action, but there's action, and for example, and if you look at even the descriptions on Amazon Prime where I was watching the film, the description has very little bearing in terms of what is actually the film content. So I think that's probably partly what killed it, was that they didn't know what to do with it, I don't think.
Right. Yeah, probably, yeah.
Is that something
you had all the elements there? The success of Gandhi with that pairing of director and producer was huge. But then you had Ben Kingsley, so finely playing that character. Not that Pierce didn't play him well, but maybe the exotic locale and so on helps, keep the fires, burning.
And it was a film that did win a few sort of, other lesser, known awards, costume, art direction,
right,
music, I think. So it is a film that was recognized in the time, albeit in a more sort of, quieter way than others. So, but I think any film like this is important in a way, because you learn about somebody that you wouldn't have known. You're aware of an issue,
right.
So I think these kind of films are quite important in a way.
Yeah. If you are, if you deliver the goods historically, they become, if you know that this represents a true story,
yeah,
then even if the details aren't correct, you know, small details aren't correct. You get the gist.
Mm.
I did a TV show some years ago, where I played a true life cop. He was head of criminal investigation, and there was a case of kidnapping, and we shot some scenes. And I used to go to I'd be picked up at the hotel with him to drive to the set. And so I got to know him a little bit, and which was important because I was playing him, I was representing him. And I remember one time driving in the car, and he said, "How did you know about that interrogation?" I said, "I don't know. What do you mean?" He said, "Only 3 people knew how that interrogation went." I think he went a little, outside the guidelines, if you will. I think he got a little aggressive with the guy. And he was asking me how I knew. And I said, "I don't know." He said "We just played what the writers delivered to us." And he asked, "How did the writers know?" I said, "Artistic license. We needed to pump up the scene. We needed to give it some juice, some intensity, make it, to make it work dramatically for television." And he said nobody knew that was actually what happened. And now we're 4 people. Well, the driver of the car chose at that moment to pipe up and say, "Well, actually 5," because he was in the car and he heard this. And the cop leaned forward to the front seat and said, "Do you ever drive in the States?" The driver said, "Yes." "How many know about this?" "4, sir." I heard nothing. Tough guy,
Yeah, yeah.
He made sure the driver didn't hear that he had admitted to inflicting something incorrect
Yeah.
on a detainee.
Yeah. I mean,
So anyway, I mean, basically, just to say that writers and filmmakers do juice up the story a little bit.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You got to sort of make it dramatic, haven't you? And
Right.
has there been a favorite historical figure that you played either on stage or film? Somebody or somebody you found inspiring in research, perhaps for a related project.
Oh, gee, I don't know. I've played lots of characters. I played FDR twice. Um, I've played Paul Revere. I've played, geez, historical figures though. I'd have to give that a think.
I mean, has there been a
character? I've had this discussion when we were doing Richard III with William Hurt, and I was playing his brother. I was doing some kind of an accent, and he asked me what accent was that, and I said, "This is Richard III, me playing Richard III accent. That's all I've got. There's no correctness to it at all." But he felt that we should have similar accents since we're brothers. And I frankly didn't give a damn. As long as it sounded right, and it served the purpose of the piece, I was good with that. I suppose I could have tried to find some medieval English, but I didn't have it.
And was William Hurt nice to work with? Was it a pleasant run that you did of him?
Some actors I'd rather not discuss.
Fair enough.
I would just say I've done a couple of jobs with him. I did a film. Lynn Redgrave played my wife, or more truthfully, I played her husband with him, with William, and he had a fit at one point because there was glass on the trail that we were taking. He hated the director and held the production up for 2 hours while he berated the director and picked off all the glass. And I turned to Lynn and said, "What's he doing?" She said, "Well, William has his ways." And then I spent several months with him on this play, and he did go after people who could not protect themselves, production assistants and so on. And it occurred to me that he passed away a few years ago. It occurred to me though that he was one of those actors who drew his energy from conflict.
Right.
And so there was a spillover into the daily life of putting on whatever we were doing, of how he powered his soul,
Yeah.
That's as far as I'll go.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough. Out of all the characters you played, do some stay with you in terms of, do some even kind of improve who you are? Do some of them have that kind of effect on you?
I think so. I did used to do quite a bit of theater, and I'm sorry, and certain characters, certain plays that I did, my wife hated when I was playing them because she said I'd carry some of that character home. I'd always have a little bit of it on the back burner in the back of my head. I've played some very ugly characters, some very nasty characters. And my understanding is, and what I believe, is that whoever you're playing, if you're playing Adolf Hitler himself, you have to be compassionate to him. He has to be a human being, capable of loving whomever he loves, of liking what he likes, and not play any character from a perspective of judging them, because that kills the performance right there. You have to love who you play, and that can be difficult because some people are just awful. I love playing a good villain, though.
Oh yeah.
I did a film once where I played a terrible man who trafficked in children. We were in Bangkok for that one, and I had decided that how would he traffic in children if he was a bad guy? He has to be a nice guy because he has to sell the product to people who are probably feeling a little frightened, people who know how nasty this is. You have to be soothing. You have to be good to them. You have to be their friend. So I decided to take this character on as a nice guy who did a terrible business. And I think it worked. You have to make these sorts of decisions. But I decided that this guy was very appealing.
Oh yeah.
Which I think lent a particularly nasty quality to the whole thing.
Yeah, I think if somebody's got this facade of being very nice and then flips and does something evil or whatever it might be, that I think adds something as well, doesn't it? And unpredictability, I think, is quite interesting.
I'm sorry.
I think if it's you know, you get some characters in films that are villains and they can behave very nice and be very charismatic, and then
Right,
they
exactly.
turn a dime and they do something horrific, and you know, and I think those kind of people almost, you know, at least with you know, somebody that's bad all the time, you know where you are with them. But if somebody's kind of unstable or sort of got
Yeah,
different personalities, I think that's quite interesting.
right. Well, in my during the course of my career, I've managed to run into a number of criminals, you know, mobsters, and so on. Lovely guys.
Hmm.
You know, I know that they kill people. I know they're responsible for killing people.
Yeah.
But they were a riot. They were funny. They were pleasant. You know,
Hmm.
just that's who they were. That was what they did for work.
Yeah. Yeah. It was yeah, nothing personal sort of thing. Um,
Exactly.
do you? I know some actors can find it very difficult to leave a character on the stage or on the set, and some actors you hear of going through a lot of psychological, even sort of physical problems because of it. How do
Yeah.
you kind of switch off from work to personal?
Well, as I've said before, I'd usually bring a book first of all on set.
Hmm.
Stick my nose in a book, and I wouldn't have conversations because I don't want to keep my focus.
Hmm.
Um, Sometimes, depending on the project and how much lead time I have, I would spend months. You know, I live in the country, which serves me well because I spend a lot of time in the car, and that car time is when I do a lot of my thinking, a lot of my internal exploration that gets me uh, um, through nasty traffic because I'm busy, you know. And so there's you know, just basically emotionally preparing. Just how would this be? How would this feel? Why would it feel this way? All that stuff. You run through it, try and find the triggers and the you know the machinery of that particular character. And so you know you work on that and you bring that to whatever the theater or to set, and you try and push the same levers in a situation where the director may be pushing you in a completely different way, or you're dealing with an actor who uh, works completely differently. I remember one of my first jobs. I was 24, I think. I did a film. I was and the woman who played my wife. We had a story. We had a child who was being taken away, so it was a big tragedy. And I was playing it fairly quietly, and this woman just came at me like a charging rhinoceros. And all of a sudden there was this clash of styles, clash of it was very hard to find why we were together, you know, because she basically she steamrolled over me, you know, and I had to figure out how to get out from under under that particular kind of a performance, you know. It was a little high and powerful, but actually I was for that particular character I was nominated for a Canadian Film Award, so I guess I did something right.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
But you know, there are lots of ways where your preparation suddenly is out the window because, or a threat is threatened at least because of circumstance, because of you know the people you're working with, the you know, hell, I remember being on stage and doing a you know a 45-minute monologue, which ended with me breaking a ukulele, and as I was finishing the monologue, the ukulele falls. The small theater skips on one end, skips on the other end, and drops into the audience. I had no way to finish the play. That was the end of the play, me smashing this thing. And I had to invent it, you know. There was another prop that wasn't correct, but it was a little twist and, you know, turn the story around a little bit, but I had to make that work because I had no other way of getting off stage, you know.
Yeah. So improvising is always a big part of the actor's craft, isn't it? Sort of thinking on your
When
feet.
you have to.
Yeah.
There are moments, you know, people dry, people, you know, there's something dry, and you realize, oh, we're in a situation. You're waiting for that little backstage voice with the lines, or sometimes you just have to bowl through. You know, that's true of live theater. You know, good thing about the movies is that you get to try again. You know, one of my favorite lines, and I use it often, is "Ready when you are, CB." Is that line familiar to you?
It is, yes.
Cecil B. DeMille, remember him, right? Shooting a huge scene, 6 cameras, I think it was, thousands of extras, one of his epic movies. And, you know, they had to get it right because the setup would take, you know, another week. And, you know, the first camera jams, and the second camera has a dolly problem, and the third camera something. So down to the last camera that would save the scene. And his quote, and you know, when the mill asked him, well, "Did you get it? Ready when you are, CB." He missed it altogether.
Yeah. Has there ever been a character that's kind of got under your skin in a way that it's taken a long time for it to get out of you, and you're quite happy that it's gone? Something that kind of just sort of, you know, do you find it easy for characters to kind of leave you once productions are done and then you go on to the next one, or do they linger a bit sometimes?
Not really. I think I can compartmentalize quite well. I do carry it deliberately, you know, if I'm playing a character that's difficult or complex or needs, you know, a lot of, you know, deeply involving. So I do carry it with me, and so sometimes I may be a little difficult during the period that I'm playing that, but I can put it down quite easily, put it away.
Oh, good. So, sorry, I'm losing a bit of your
sorry.
face.
There we are.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, there we are.
My penultimate question was just about the end of Grey Owl. There's some lovely lecture scenes where he's doing his tour and he's talking to all the audiences about his experiences. And you're in the scene at the end where he did his final lecture and he strips down. He says, "I'm basically just a man. It doesn't matter that I'm a native," you know, because obviously he was exposed at that point. Was there like a big audience when Pierce was doing that? Do you recall? Was there, or was it kind of sort of a trick of the camera?
No, I don't. We didn't really. He didn't really do that. We'd have big audiences. If this is the right project, I'm thinking now. Yeah, a friend of mine was doing the introduction, and I remember he froze up. He was suffering. He was under a lot of tension. Yeah, I think we had everybody was there. This was the real. This was an actual audience. I've done films where, you know, a few years ago we did Race with Jason Sudeikis, and it was about Jackie Robinson, No, just the Owens. Yes, just the Owens. I'm sorry. And we had one section of grandstand with extras, and they had a change of clothes, several changes of clothes with them. So we'd shoot that angle with that grandstand behind, and then we changed the foreground and the scene and the grandstand. Everybody would shuffle, find new places in new costumes, in different costumes, and then they multiplied that, put that all together. So I've been around that kind of the trick.
I wonder whether it gets in the way of the performance if you have so many extras and it becomes maybe a bit uncontrollable, or whether it gives you that authenticity and therefore it helps performance if it's kind of, as real as possible.
Well, that's the thing about being an actor. I've done a lot of work, like for instance, with a green screen or blue screen, depending on what it is. So I remember doing a scene in a stormy lighthouse, inside in a nice warm studio in front of a green screen. We had the lights of the lighthouse there, and you just had to make it all. It was all in your head. You had to remember to use your outdoor voice.
Yeah,
and into the storm voice, and very often, when you're working on particularly stuff like that, you have to have that in your mind. You have to know that you're not where you physically are, but you are what you're representing.
So you're aware of it, but
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Oh, so I was just saying, so the belief element as you're doing it, but you obviously it's not to the point where you obviously see it in the performance, so it's kind of sort of quite complex, and I suppose the gift of the actor, isn't it, sort of to sell something first and foremost.
Yeah, well, it's I got myself in trouble like that with that once. We were doing a film. The Montreal Forum was the old hockey arena in Montreal. It's now been replaced by a modern building. But it goes back, it was the Montreal Canadiens, the storied Montreal Canadiens, their 100-year history as a winning franchise, which is now pretty much over. But anyway, and I was a hockey fan, and we were filming scenes in the stands during a game. This is what we were, representing. And so we started that morning while the team was on the ice practicing. So they were doing their sprints and their passing stuff, and it was kind of great because it's to me it's the hockey shrine, and there they are, those guys. I worked with all kinds of actors, but put me in a room with Jean Beliveau, and I'm stunned. I was actually did a job with him once. We did a public service announcement, and I was absolutely thrilled to be in the room with that guy. But anyway, so there they are, all on the ice, and we had a bunch of extras around us. Maybe 50 extras, and I was the fanatic hockey fan, screaming and yelling and cheering and carrying on and loud and boisterous, and cursing the referees and the goalies, the opposing goalie's mother, and just completely out of control. And that night we went to shoot the long shot, and it was the Montreal Forum, so it was completely sold out, standing room only, not even anymore. But we had the same section of seats, the same extras around. The problem is that the Montreal Canadiens were playing a team called the Minnesota North Stars. The game was absolutely dismal. Nothing was going on. The loudest noise was the skates on the ice and the puck hitting the stick. The crowd was sitting on their hands, they were yawning, except for one guy up in the stands, screaming at the referees and at the goalie, and everybody on the ice, everybody in the arena was wondering, where the hell's security? What's going on with this guy? I had to do the same thing I did that morning, right? I could see during the TV breaks, the opposing players would go up to the Canadian players and say, and they'd be pointing at me, and I could see the Canadian players explaining, "Oh yeah, they're making a movie," you know. So I had to do this for several hours. God, that was hard. I was so, oh, that was really hard. That was one of the hardest things I ever did, because 18,000 people were wondering why this nutball hasn't been carried off. Sometimes you have to do stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. You would have thought they would have put a notice up saying that some film was taken on, or it was doing, you know, you would have thought there'd been a notice saying filming and stuff, but of course they had no
they
idea.
couldn't, because it's a public arena, right?
Yeah.
The cameras weren't allowed in the arena. Nobody saw cameras. The cameras were hidden in the passageways, up in the stands. They were out of sight.
Yeah.
Because that was that was the conditions of working there. So nobody saw any cameras. Nobody knew that this was what was going on. I was just a guy completely out of control and obviously hallucinating.
What'd you say the name of the film was again? Sorry.
Oh, that was called. What was that called? I don't even remember what that was called. It was a TV film. I'll have to look. I'm sorry, I don't remember what that was called. I've got 280 credits, so they tend to flow together.
It's a bit difficult to keep track of all. Yeah. But my last, again, just wrapping it up on the subject of Grey Owl, that the ending narration, I think, is very good in terms of explaining what happened to him after he died and he was exposed, and there's the sense that he was ahead of his time, but of course it's a familiar story of being discredited, and then all the big businesses doing what they did, and going back to destroying the environment, all that sort of thing. But it's still a message of hope, I think, in the film. Do you, in terms of looking at the environment now and the world we're in, is there still hope? How do you kind of feel it's kind of going? Maybe particularly, say, in Canada, of course, where we're the focus of the film is.
Well, I think things are looking kind of grim. Well, in Canada we have huge open spaces, lots and lots of nature, but we are a cold nation. Widely separated by distance. So we use an awful lot of energy. We created a lot of energy. We have huge hydroelectric generation, and then we have lots of resources. But because everybody needs to drive a car to go anywhere, unless you live in the city, and it gets damn cold. So we need heat. So we're slowly shifting to better insulation, better sources of energy, better sources of heat, and so on. But our need is being a cold open nation is quite high. I was in last month. My wife and I went to Costa Rica. And we get to travel every year because my son's an airline pilot, so we get this deal, And so we've been pretty much every year down to the Caribbean, and it was hot. So hot that the Costa Ricans were complaining about the heat. It was oppressive heat. And at the same time, I was in contact with friends of mine, two friends in different parts of Jamaica and another in Barbados, where the same thing was happening, where the locals were complaining about the heat. And that makes me think we're in trouble if the hot countries are feeling the heat and suffering from it. What chance do the rest of us have? You know, maybe it was just an off year, but I don't think so. I think we're, when you look at the shifting climate, British Columbia used to be it used to rain all winter. Now they have fires, massive fires in the summers because it's dried out. California had enormous drought. Now it's flooding. Now, it's all changing, and it's all quite frightening. Europe, the heat waves that you guys have had over the last few years, the fires in Spain and Greece, and this is I don't think we're very good stewards of this planet.
I don't think so, and I think March was the wettest it's been in England on record, and for
really?
England that's quite a feat to be, the worst ever, the amount of rain you normally get, and it's been the last couple of months have been really strange in terms of being very wet, very cold, and then extremes. You seem to be having all four seasons in a day almost, and that's something I think I've noticed.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anybody can ignore what's going on, although politically they try to. And now we've got these wars, these horrible conflicts, which of course takes the attention off of the job.
Yeah.
And of course it just exacerbates with all these fires and explosions and all that doesn't help, the planet, let alone the loss of Ukraine. Ukraine is the breadbasket of that area, and they're not making any bread. So, people in Somalia will starve because they're not getting the grain. All that. It's terrible what's going on right now.
Yeah, it's difficult to know what's going to happen, and I think it's. I mean, obviously we're talking in a very small way. A film like Grey Owl kind of can inspire people. It can inspire people to read his book and to be interested in preservation. So in a small way, these kind of things, the record of the issues, but it's also a bit of a hope, a star in the black sky, the night sky, and I think it's important that we have them.
Yeah, but I do think it's we're kind of preaching to the choir here.
Well, the people that are watching probably are probably like you and I, who are aware of them anyway, but you never know if they might become important and environmentalists and might make a difference or go into politics and stuff. I suppose you never quite know how art can inspire people, I suppose.
Well, I certainly hope that we can. I think we have a responsibility as artists to do that. I think, but of course, the counter to that is stick with your art and leave politics to. I mean, there's a lot of pushback. Yeah, I do a lot of documentary narration as well.
Okay.
And I've done a lot of work with environmental issues, and I'm pleased with that. I'm glad to have done that and to be doing that.
Certainly over here, there's lots of David Attenborough documentaries,
Right.
And incidentally, you might probably do know this, but Richard Attenborough and David Attenborough went to see Grey Owl in one of his talks when they were young,
Right.
and it inspired
Yes.
David to become, the person he is today. And a few years ago, there was a series, I think it was Blue Planet, and it was about the oceans and all the plastic waste, and the political changes and things, and it stirred up quite a emotion in the UK, and things, it dies down again, of course, but I think some good things did come out of it, and so it can have make a difference, I think,
Well, absolutely. There's some very strong proponents for this, for environmental responsibility in England and Germany, throughout Europe, and also on this side of the puddle. But we're preparing here in Canada for an election next year, probably. And there's a carbon tax that has become an issue where the government has come up with a scheme that you pay for the carbon you use, and that entitles you to rebates, which most people get back, but it's become a political football, and nobody seems to those against it don't seem to have an alternative, and they're not offering much, which is a little unsettling, because it looks like they're going to get in. The current government has been in power for probably too many years, and there's a little fatigue has set in, and so we'll have a conservative, business-oriented government probably for a few years. We'll see where that takes us. But I think even among the conservatives, there's a very strong belief in protecting the environment, just as long as it doesn't interfere with lifestyle.
Well, yes, it's
no sacrifices. We'll just do the right thing, but we won't actually sacrifice.
Yeah, if it could make people billionaires overnight, the world would be fixed in a week, wouldn't it? If it was financially was yeah. Well, it's very interesting, I think, to see what's going to happen politically, because I know in the UK, and I think also in America, there seems to be a lack of political choices. It seems to be, somebody that's kind of, America, for example, is Joe Biden is seen as being a bit too old and a bit weary, and you've got Donald Trump, who seems to be very monsterish, but there's no, where are the John Kennedys, and where's the, and the same with the UK. It's all there's an election coming up in a few weeks, and I'm not sure. It's just a minor one, but I'm not sure if I'll be bothered to go and vote. It just seems to be there doesn't seem to be many people to believe in these days.
Well, I do still believe that it's important to vote, because if you don't
vote, I will, but I'm I'm under no illusion that it would make any difference. But you're still having a voice, of course, which is important. But
well, it's interesting, how issues work. For instance, the abortion debate in the States, with Roe v. Wade going down, the Republicans suddenly, realized, we're in trouble, because this, in spite of, people's political affiliations, it's very popular, the right to abortion. And so now they're scrambling, trying to find a position where, it's okay to have an abortion, but we're not going to, but not, they're trying to talk out of both sides of their mouth at the same time. And that can be a little tricky.
There's a lot of women voters, aren't there? And of course, you don't want to piss them off, do you? So it's
well, I don't know.
Well, I think it's very interesting. I could talk to you probably for hours about these things, but I won't be so cruel to you. Thank you very much for speaking to me. It's been really fantastic. I've enjoyed it.
Well, it's my pleasure. I'm sorry I wasn't. I didn't have more on Grail. I'm just. It's been. It's way back, you know. So.
Oh no, I think we had a lovely. I think it's we through our conversation and some. Yeah, I think some lovely bits and pieces, and yeah, I'm very happy with what we got. So that's great.
Oh, good. I'll just say that Grail for me is perhaps my favorite job ever.
Okay.
I really enjoyed it. It was a pleasure going to work and every day, you know.
Yeah. Oh, we can't wish for anything more than that, can you, sir? So,
No.
yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you very much again for talking with me, and obviously enjoy the rest of your week. Take care, and I wish you the best with everything in the future.
Well, thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
All
Okay.
right.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello.
Fine. It took me a while.
That's all right. Yeah, it's technology always takes a while, doesn't it? So that's lovely. Well, have you had a nice week?
Yes. How about yourself?
Busy, but good. Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you very much for wanting to speak to me about for my Grey Owl project. It is very much appreciated.
Okay. What exactly is the project? Is it a view, a report?
Yeah, so what is I've got a YouTube channel that I started back during lockdown in 21, basically just as a hobby, just sort of stopped myself from going mad as everyone needed a few distractions. So sometimes I do events that are live with an audience, and then they go onto YouTube later. Projects like this are designed to go straight onto my YouTube channel, so they're private recordings. So then I'll edit the interviews together, and then
I
it goes.
see.
So it's a celebration of the film with cast and crew, and then
Okay.
of course people find it online later on.
Good. Good.
Have you done much things via Zoom? I suppose you probably have since lockdown.
Uh, no, things have been quiet. The acting world has been turned upside down. First of all, with COVID, and then with the two strikes last year, and with the nature of the business now, there's no longer the audition process has been completely revamped. Now it's all online, and they want quality videos. So I'd have for my case, I'd have an hour and a half out of Montreal, drive to Montreal, rent a studio, tape the audition, and it's sent off into the ether. And you don't know if anyone has even viewed it or taken 5 seconds to view it, because what has also happened is no feedback. There's no feedback. In the past, when the producer paid for an audition, and he hired the casting director, who hired the reader, the cameraman, etc., rented the room. Well, it's immediate. You have 3 minutes, and you can get a feeling whether how things are going, and if people are responding well to your work or not. But now that it's all online, it's completely divorced.
Yeah, it doesn't sound the nicest way to do things, I must
No, it
admit.
isn't. It
Um,
isn't.
I know a few actors that have had to audition over Zoom and things, but you still got somebody, or that's giving you feedback and direction. So that sounds very strange. If you're happy, I'll start wearing the questions if that's all right with you.
Sure.
Okay, so the first thing I wanted to just part of what my events try to do is find out a bit about the people that I'm interviewing. So I first of all just wanted to ask why you wanted to get into acting and how you kind of got so went about that in the first place.
It was a fairly long road, and not immediately apparent that I would succeed at it. When I was younger, when I was going to high school, I would work after school and on weekends, and restaurants, bars, what have you. And then after, when I finished high school, I worked at a slaughterhouse for a year. And then after that, I worked in as a logger in Canada's rainforest for a year. Then I went up to the Yukon, which is next to Alaska. Worked there for a few months, and then after that, I ended up in Quebec City without any French. So I had this. The only jobs I could get would be things like dishwasher, the busboy, that sort of thing. But that allowed me to learn French, and because the restaurant was co-owned by a Quebecer and a French person from France, a man from France, I was exposed to the two accents right away. And then at that point, after Quebec City, I moved to Montreal, and I decided to audition for a mime troupe as an apprentice. And I did that and took a few mime and dance courses, that sort of thing. And after a certain point, I ran out of money and I returned to British Columbia, went back to the rainforest, worked there for a couple of years. And then I uh, went to France to audition for l'École de Coq in Paris. And I was there after a couple of years in France. I returned to Canada this time, not to Vancouver or Toronto or Quebec City, but to Montreal. And from there, I started. Uh, I did some renovation work and then teaching English as a second language, various things. And finally, I got work at children's theater, and I did 3 years in a French troupe, musical theater for children. Then after that, I ended up getting a work as a because I wasn't earning enough money as an actor, very paid very little. I then I applied for a post. There was an exam at a bank for a translator, and they winnowed the applications from. And they received about 100 or so, 150 or so, and they winnowed it down to about 50 or 60 of us who wrote an exam. And then they winnowed that figure down to about 10, and then they interviewed us. One day we would go for a one-on-one interview with a vice president in French, and the next day to to another vice president in English. And then finally, I got that job. I worked as a translator in that bank for about a year and a half, and then I decided. Oh, in the interim, I'd gone to after. Yes, I'd gone to England. I went down to New York City because I was studying in various acting classes after my 3 years with this French musical theater for children. And one of the women in the class and I went to New York City. We auditioned for the inaugural year of the British American Drama Academy at Oxford, and we got accepted. We were flattered. We were the only two Canadians, and it was a very rewarding experience. It was a good summer. I met some great actors who are also good, very good teachers, like Dennis Carey, Simon Callow was what his name was, who was in the original production of Amadeus, and he did also some interesting work. And so being there and being reassured in your choice and realizing that you you have a crack at it, you have a pretty good grasp, and that people start enjoying your work, and they like how you tell a tale or your interpretation of a scene or of a character. And after that, I decided, well, I'm going to pursue acting full time, and then yeah, it kind of went on from there. So I was very pleased when I got this one. Again, it was an audition. Well, I told you how auditions have changed, but I find that European auditions with the Europeans are tend to be different from Canadians or Americans. North Americans, you go in, you have 3 minutes. That's all you have, and you go in, you prepare the scene, you've memorized the scene, you've made your acting choices, and you go in, boom. Whereas Europeans, I've had it with directors from Paris and with Sir Richard Attenborough, a couple of other people from England, but oh, Neil, why don't you sit down and let's have a chat? And you get so surprised because you've learned a scene, you're all ready to work, and you're keen to demonstrate, but no, just have a chat. And so we did, and we ended actually with Sir Richard, we ended up talking about uh, the he was the one who changed the equity rule when he was started out in the late 40s, early 50s. The equity rule was that you stayed in a stage play for the life of the play. But one of his first big gigs was in The Mousetrap, which ended up running on the West End for like 38 years or so. And
Still going, yeah, still going.
after the first he said after the first 6 months we're going crazy. He and one of the other actors, so they went to equity, and they said, could we please change the rule? Renewable after 6 months, every 6 months, and you give a fair bit of warning. And so he did. And I said, well, that was a godsend. And he was a very nice person to work for, to work with, a prince of a man, Sir Richard. Very, very nice.
And
That makes it all the more pleasant than when you're working on well, it could be on a film crew or on a stage set. When you're working with people who are easy to get along with and who respect actors and who are creative and have a sense of humor, it makes a big difference than working with someone who's playing the diva or the expert or what have you.
hmm. And of course, there's so much location work on the film. Is it always nice to work on location?
It is, yes, and that well, we Montreal's for we went up into the Laurentians. It was June or July. It was about I guess 35 degrees Celsius, which may be 98, 99 Fahrenheit. And of course, in the Laurentians in the forest, it's mosquito country. And these, I mean, we're used to it. But I can see these people from Britain, they were not. And here it was so hot. And I remember one man on the camera, a couple of men on the camera crew, they had, they were wearing gloves and they cut off the fingertips so they could manipulate the camera and things like that. And they taped the cuffs of their shirts and their pants to their legs or their arms. It was they're not used to mosquitoes. But I found that kind of amusing.
Yeah.
But because it must be uncomfortable being that overdressed when it's that hot.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, apart from say work in the Highlands of Scotland where you get a lot of mosquitoes, it's
Yes.
otherwise we're not plagued by it, thankfully. But
Yeah.
so how long kind of were you on the film roughly for? A few weeks or?
No, I think I went up maybe once or twice to location, or maybe was it one day or 2 days, something like that. It was very. It was. I think it was the first scene or the second scene in the film, and there were a bunch of us playing hunters back from days hunting, sitting around a table on a veranda at this outfitter's lodge, and Pierce Brosnan comes in off camera initially, and then you see him in the background, and then we see a couple of the uh, uh, indigenous people who were helping him as guides and things like that.
Hmm.
But it was fun, and it was as I say, it was a great crew to work for. Sir Richard was impeccable, and it was also it's a period piece, take place in the 1930s, and it's always fun to get to plunge into a different era, not only a different location but a different era.
Hmm. And was Richard Attenborough one of those directors that would kind of let you kind of um, develop things or change things? Was he quite responsive to, being an actor himself as opposed to, I imagine he could quite
You can, but he
yeah.
he gave me a note that I've received often, and he said at the end of the scene, "Oh, well, that's quite nice, Neil. Now, Neil, love, could you tone it down?" And I said, "I'm sorry, Sir Richard. I'm a stage slut." And he said, "Oh, so am I, Neil. But this is cinema." And then he gave me the, calm it down gesture, turn it down gesture, tone it down. Because sometimes on the stage, it's it's fun to be a bit, well, you have to be a bit big to project, but also you make in a way when nowadays a lot of actors do not come from theater, which is, I find they're missing a couple of essential things, and one is connection with an audience. You can tell when an evening's performance is going well or when it is not. And if you're sharp enough, you know why you're making mistakes. Sometimes you're trying to push things too much and not breathe enough, and let the audience breathe, and you're trying to struggle too hard with hard to sell a comic interpretation or a comic line, for example, and then you get a feeling for an audience. And another thing is that you are constantly aware that one of your main tools is your voice. So you make sure that your diction and your projection and everything is working. Where we've now got about two generations of actors who mumble. What? I had one. I've had actors. They've been on TV shoots where they've been 10 inches from my face, and I can't hear them. I said, "What? Excuse me." And then they just tell the sound man, turn up the mic. Like, no, it's because I get the impression that they assume there's a sense of authenticity, or this is real. I'm mumbling, so it's real. I don't. If you're mumbling, you're not making connection with your belly, with your breathing, with your your inner fire.
Were you the happiest on stage? Was that something that you really felt comfortable being on the stage?
I do on a night when things are going well, most particularly. But I've come over the years, uh, having done over the years quite a lot of character work in films and in television series, that it's it's an interesting craft in itself. And there, as you mentioned, there's a special feeling when you're on location with a crew, removed from your daily life or your regular structure or your family for a few days or what have you, and it creates a kind of special holiday camp feeling, even though you're working and people are working hard and they're skilled at what they do.
And do you have any favorite moments of being on stage, or one that particularly stands
Uh,
out as your favorite performance?
I've got some. I have vague memories of shows that worked really well, but the memory is vague. But I have a very painful and precise memory of every show that's flopped. And I can remember them down to the minute sometimes, because for 22 years, I also, while I was doing the theater and television work and film work, I also worked with Théâtre d'Entreprise, business theater troupe, and we there were a group of about 10 of us writers. I was the English writer, and then there was about eight or 9 French writers. And then, according to the French tradition, which I like, is the writer becomes the director. In the previous, like 19th century English acting world, or early 20th century, it was called the actor manager. Like Shakespeare was an actor manager, but not, the director was this thing that kind of evolved in the 20th century. But when you do, we would have, under the French Union rules, we had, for a half hour. I would go and meet with a client. What's the problem? Because it's, one of the big problems in the business world is communication, misunderstandings, lack of communication. So, I would go out, meet the client, take notes. What are you looking for? Is a structure? What's a date? And it's a one-off. You only get one crack at it, so it must work. And 8 times out of 10, they want it to be slightly humorous, some fun things, because it's generally a day-long conference where people are having meetings, and then you're having this half-hour show at one point, to highlight things, or make praise, and some, take a funny take on, comic take on some of the events. And we had a 12 hour rehearsal schedule. So if it was a difficult show, I would schedule with the actors 4 3 hours rehearsals. But if it was an easier one, I would do 3 4 hour rehearsals. And then after the rehearsal, we would call the third rehearsal. We would call in the clients, president, vice president, and it was essentially, what you get is what you see. We're going to do this in 2 days' time or 4 days' time. This is it. This is the last time to give notes or to make changes. And if you like it. And then we would go to the event, and we would perform it with one musician, and we didn't have any sets, except for, it was just a screen, a curtain. And we did many characters. Each actor would do between 1 and 6 or 7 characters. So a lot of them are quick in and out. And those shows were, uh, I had some big hits, but I had a couple of nasty flops too, and I can remember those quite quite well. So that's what it's. I've also learned to appreciate the way that mechanical reproduction, taping, and recordings change your relationship to the audience, because in theater, particularly with children's theater, it's immediate. They'll come up to you afterwards, and they'll say things that it seems disconnected, but you've touched them somewhere.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it's, I've had people come up after a show and grab my leg. A young child says, "Mon père est mort. My father just died." What? Oh, okay. It's rather touching.
Yeah.
But with these recordings, I mean, your interest in this, I've had interest in, uh, and Grail, I've had interest in a thing that I did for television audiences aimed, uh, 7 to 11 or so, or 11 or 12, preteen audience, that I did about 25 years ago. The series was called "Who's Afraid of the Dark?" It always started out with a campfire scene, and each child would vie to tell a scary story to the other children. And I portrayed, for the first time in my life, I played the lead. Well, except another time, when I wrote a play, I also played the lead. I wrote it, and co-directed and produced it, but it was about Jack London. But essentially, I'm a supporting player, and there's no shame in that. It's a rich field. But in this one, I was the main character. Was a comic book character come to life, and he was called the Ghastly Grinner. And it's been I'm getting feedback from people who were 25 years ago. They were that age, and now they're in their 30s, and that contacting me. It's amazing.
I suppose it's longevity, isn't it? You have with an actor and actor's life, you never know quite what's going to stick, what's going to come back, and I suppose
That's
something
right.
like
That's right. You never know when the next gig is coming either, or it's always the frustrating aspect is unless you're the star or you have reached that pinnacle, that 0.001% of people. The rest of us, we have to start over every time, anew, constantly starting anew, no auditioning. Like, okay, got another 3 minutes, try it again, and you can be usurped overnight by someone who's all of 15 or 16 years of age. Why? Because he or she is the new flavor of the month. Because we live in a youth culture, and that's been the case since Elvis. So that's close on to 7 decades that we've been a youth culture, which is great when you're age 15 to age 35. Not quite the same for others, though. Not that age range.
so there's that excitement of a because I imagine actors don't want a traditional job because you want to sort of try lots of different things, so it's exciting,
Yes,
but at the same time you must be kind of, well, where's the next paycheck coming from and stuff. So it's sort of
yes,
like that.
yeah. And also over time, one learns to play to one's strengths. What am I best at? What am I enjoy comedy. I like it, but what um, obviously I can't play younger characters anymore unless it's like a Benny Hill thing where we're exaggerating something like in a panto. But it's yeah. So what do you do? You play things that I always like to play uh, scenes, characters that touch an audience. And sometimes if the writing is strong, it makes it that much easier. Sometimes if the character is the outline of the character is very interesting, that makes your task easier. But sometimes you just have to open up and give in to the tale. You must plunge in to the tale being told. And it's a sublimation of ego, but you get a certain richness in return. It's not you as your public identity as an actor, but you, the character, are touching people's hearts, or making them. Or the old saying used to be, "Make them laugh, make them cry." But it's also uh, a resonance. If you can strike a resonant chord, people will be. Oh, there's no need sometimes for it to be verbalized when they come up to you afterwards. Sometimes it just thank you after a show or at a screening of a movie. They'll just uh, you know touch me on the shoulder and say thank you, because they're moved. And there's no need for me to say, yeah, it's uh, it it it's a humbling experience when someone is moved like that.
And I was talking about just back to Grey Owl for a second. Of course, that's it's quite an important story because of course I don't think people before the film kind of knew too much about the Grey Owl story. I didn't know before I saw the film. So I think the films like Grey Owl are perhaps more important than ever these days because of course the environment just is getting worse and worse. So
Yes,
it's
yes.
it's I think it's quite I think it's a film that will be reappraised and kind of will find an audience in a way it perhaps didn't when it first came out.
Hmm.
Um, when you were on the film, did you obviously Pierce Brosnan was in your scene. Was Pierce quite nice
No,
to be
I
with?
didn't play.
No?
Sorry, I didn't play directly with him. No,
Oh, not directly with him. No, no.
no, no.
Was he around? Any of the actors around, or was it
Yes,
kind of just
he was.
yeah?
He was within. He'd be 15, 20 feet away. But on
Mm,
a film set, and when you're with a TV star, you there's a tacit code, doesn't need to be expressed. Just give that person his or her space because
Yeah.
everybody wants a piece of the star.
Mm.
They don't want to be bothered, and your task is just to do your gig. You can banter with your fellow actors, but only if the star makes an opening move do
Yeah.
you don't make the first move. And
I,
sometimes they have handlers to oh, no, stay back.
mm. I did talk to somebody who was on the first Batman film with Jack Nicholson as a Joker, and an actor was playing one of the henchmen, and he made the mistake of going up to Jack Nicholson, and although Jack was quite nice to him, he kind of just completely blew him off for the rest of the whole shoot, and all the other henchmen he would be very involved with, but he just gave this one person the because of course he broke the etiquette, being
Yeah,
a bit new to the business, didn't mean to.
it's a delicate situation because you still have to work together to get on to each other, but it's there's a it's film is well, let me put it this way: theater is more democratic, but television and film, particularly film, is extremely it's a hierarchy. It's like the army, and with reason, because there's so much money involved, and people can't afford to have time wasted by, oh, say, Mr. Nicholson, could you autograph this for my this daughter? No, they can no. Let's keep that stuff out of here.
Because of course Pierce Brosnan was obviously quite a big star at this point, having done a few Bonds by now. So, um,
Yes,
uh, have you ever been starstruck by another actor, somebody you've worked with that maybe you?
I've been impressed by sometimes with their talent, sometimes with their grace. I've also been appalled by some of the behavior from stars I won't mention.
Yeah.
Um, but when you find someone who does his or her role in interesting, intelligent ways, and that convey emotion and intelligence and comprehension that the audience can perceive, that's impressive. And sometimes when they're gracious enough to tolerate even someone who makes the gaffe of, oh, can I have an autograph for my daughter or what have you? And well, I'm a bit busy right now, so it's, it's being gracious and not telling the person to get lost and to be kicked out. Just security, security.
Mm. Um, Obviously, the story of Archie Bellany is in many ways a Canadian story, just as much as it is probably a British
Yes,
one. Was it something
yes.
that you were aware of before going into the film?
I was because it's it's particular to Western Canada, and my parents came from there, and I spent a few years as a child there. And when I was a young adult, I was worked in the rainforest, which is the Pacific coast in the West. But people in Western Canada knew that tale, but in Eastern Canada, no. And also, it was the 1930s, so now it's generations have gone by. I found the same thing. I've written a script and a movie script, and I can't generate much interest. And part of it is because the one character I've selected is not well known outside of Western Canada. There was a rebellion against the Canadian government. There were two actually in the one in the 1870s, one in last one in 1885. And the leader was a man named Louis Riel, and all Canadians know that man's name. And the Canadian government ended up hanging him for his rebellion, yeah, along with 8 Cree chiefs, and I think there was about a dozen and somewhere sent off to jail. And the man I wrote about, Gabriel Dumont, He was his general, his like the leading a guerrilla warfare type of actions against the Canadian government, the Canadian Army. And actually, that was the cause. It caused the birth of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The Mounties grew out of this rebellion. And once, after the second rebellion, when Brielle was captured, along with a few of these Cree and Ojibwe chiefs, um, Dumont went down to Montana Territory, and he ended up getting a job because the Canadian government had put a price on his head of $25,000, which I don't know how many millions that would be in dollars today, but in 1885 that was a considerable sum of money. And he ended up getting hired by Buffalo Bill Cody and being put in the Wild West show, except that they went on a European tour, and he was invited along, and Gabriel Dumont said, "Well, I'd really be thrilled to go to Paris because he spoke French along with Michif, which is the language of the Métis, that the white people called the half breeds back then, and he spoke 7 languages, including French, but not English. But he said, I dare not go to London because Canada back then had just become an independent nation, a sovereign nation, but it still had such close ties with Britain that he would be arrested and shipped back to Canada for to stand trial. But again, it's sometimes you say Archie Bellady, yes, that was in northern Saskatchewan, and sometimes stories that are local, I think, if they're well told, they have a profound resonance. They don't have to be set in London or New York or Paris or Tokyo or the big cities where a lot of people will see them, and because if they, I think that the small, when it's well told, can have a big impact. So a
And
regional tale is still a tale. I mean, the Knights of the Round Table, that was a regional tale in medieval England, but it became, yeah. So all these things have a certain power.
oh yeah, yeah. There's probably so many untapped avenues that all nations have, of course.
Yes, yes.
Would you have seen the film at the time, and were you happy with the results?
I saw it when went to there was some sort of a screening for, yeah, I did see it in Montreal, and I thought, oh, okay, that's I think you're right. I think it was a bit too environmentally attuned for the day. This is about 25 years ago.
Mm.
And I also, I guess, the writer, the director, everyone makes choices, but uh, Archie was divorced 4 times. That makes him an interesting man,
Yes, yes.
or an obnoxious man.
Well, yes, that's right.
So I said, no, there's a tale, but it wasn't delved into. Uh,
Yeah, there's lots of he had yeah, he had a very complicated life, and his romantic
yes,
exploits were
yes,
even so. So I guess that for any drama you have to kind of um I was speaking to William Nicholson, who wrote the script, and also he wrote Gladiator, and there's lots of historical inaccuracies in Gladiator, of course, but he sort of his approach was that what's the best story?
yes,
What in that narrative of 2 hours is the best way to do it. And of course, historically, you've got to cut through, haven't you, just to find,
yes,
everything.
yes,
And obviously that's what we end up with Grey Owl, for better or worse.
yes,
But I think it's quite
yes, yeah.
a good narrative, I think, although a bit simplified.
But it also says some interesting things about okay, it's romantic because man comes from the modern world and Brighton and England, and it's lots of people, trains, factories, and he reads these books of cowboys and Indians when he's a child, and so it creates a romantic view of uh, the West, the Canadian West, the American West, which had already disappeared completely by the time, you know, except, well, he went up to northern Saskatchewan where it was still quite lonely, and where they still spoke fluent Cree and they had their traditional Cree practices. Um, uh, Although the government was encroaching by, forcibly removing children to attend residential schools, that sort of thing. Um, that again has only just, I mean, we knew about it back then because but it was not spoken about, but people in Eastern Canada didn't know much about that, if anything. And yeah, so he went and in a way he achieved something romantic. He he learned to canoe, he learned to fish, he learned to hunt, he learned to live in a tent, even in the winter. Um, Wigwam. Yeah, so he did achieve. In a way, he realized the dream, and you go, okay, that's you know, hmm, that's that, and he would darken his skin before he would go to his readings, things like that. But in a way, a student of literature could have guessed his identity much more readily because it 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 had that Kipling-esque romantic structure to it, the way he wrote the poems, because it was how he had grown up, it was the poetry he was familiar with that Victorian romantic structure and the stirring call to nature, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that was the clue, wasn't it? Sort of what you would have been
It was,
exposed to in
yeah,
England
yeah,
and
yeah.
etc. So I was going to say that. Oh yes. When I spoke to Vlast, who he played, of course, the publisher,
Yes,
he got the similar note to you about toning it down because the
yes, yes,
first scene he did,
yes,
it was a bit sort of bit larger than
yes,
Richard wanted it.
yeah,
So I'm sure Richard Attenborough gave that note quite often.
yes, yeah, 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 and Vlasta gets it a lot as well. Yeah, yeah.
And I was just wondering sort of how the Canadian industry has changed because I've been talking to lots of people that have say worked in the 70s in let's say Toronto, and it was obviously much more of a smaller industry. Is it now kind of catching up with other America and UK?
Well, it's the whole industry has changed dramatically over the last very few years. I mean, since the pandemic and with the arrival of artificial intelligence, and which creates, like, already we've had CGI, computer generated graphics, for about 20 some years, and all of a sudden this kicks it through the roof. The artificial intelligence, you can instant crowd scenes, instant stampedes of horses and zebras, and you can create all kinds of things. Quite very impressive and quite real looking. But it's what's happened. What's happening is that the actor, I I've had a director tell me this to my face. This is about I don't know, maybe 15 years or so ago, for voice motion capture, and where you just put in a wetsuit and you have cameras, all kinds of cameras. And I realized that uh, the only thing that so because essentially they paint in the costumes afterward, they paint in the sets. Could be you're playing a character. You have a rough idea of what era it's taking place in, but you are essentially just body movements and a voice. And that's what you are. That's what actors become. So are becoming on film. They're becoming humanoids, and the person or the richness of the woman, the man who is that actor. It's it's being tweaked through artificial intelligence, motion capture, CGI into something else that becomes a malleable entity, um, and not like you can't say, "Oh, that's Jack Nicholson's voice," or "That's another actor's movements," or no, it's just poof. You can. So that's a kind of uh, it gives pause, and actors are worried and how movies are made and how um, they can be, well, what used to be called cheating, I suppose. You can cheat, you can steal, and used to have royalties, copyright on use of your voice or your character for X number of if it's a voice work on radio, for example, with so many weeks, or if it's you sign when you on a movie, okay, there will be a buyout clause where we purchase for a fee. Um, if we this thing becomes successful, you don't get a percentage point on the distribution, but they pay a fee for that. Which now it's boy, I mean they're fighting all kinds of things tooth and nail. These producers. There's a well, we're living now in a big era of greed, uh,
Yeah.
and it's like the Gilded Era, the 1890s, the first decades of the 20th century, excessive wealth, and what happens to the excessively wealthy? They want even more.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a vicious circle, isn't it? I think I saw some I can't know who said it, but somebody said that we're the only it's at the only time in history where where civilization is going to fall because it wasn't financially viable to save us. And that we can
Yes,
invent all these things, but it doesn't. The numbers don't crunch, so therefore we're not going to do it. So it seems very
yeah,
sort of and
and there's also no sense of shame.
no,
So what if I earn 15,000 times what the employee, my lowest level employee does?
yeah,
Because 120 years ago, when that was the case, it was like 60 times what he or she earns, or 80 times. And now it's 15,000 times, 10,000 times. It's obscene. It's obscene.
oh yeah,
And but
yeah,
no shame. No
no,
shame.
no,
Oh, I
no.
deserve it.
Yeah, the gap between rich and poor, and but yeah,
Yes.
yeah, these people don't have empathy. They don't have they think they deserve it. They think they've earned
They
it,
think
and
it's yep. Yeah.
I suppose a bit like with the whole environmental issue with Grey Owl, him being discredited after his death because people wanted it was inconvenient for
Mhm.
people to realize we need to save the environment because you couldn't then make all the cars and develop things
That's
and
yeah.
all the trades and stuff. So you had to kind of bury somebody like him. So
Yes.
regardless, they would have found something to do
Hmm.
it by. Um, just before my last question is, I just wanted to know what your favorite project of your career was. If you have like one thing you'd like to be,
It's
remembered for.
not. Really, I don't really think in superlatives, but I do remember things that were so much fun to do.
Mhm.
Either the story was very interesting, or the crew, or the acting troupe that you're working with. It was an enjoyable thing to go to work every morning.
Hmm.
That's what. Uh, if I'm on a set like that, or I'm in a stage play like that, that's worth something. You want to get up and go to work as soon as you as soon as you get out of bed. It's so much fun. What we're doing is so much fun. And it's for the task at hand, the story being told, but also the ambience, the crew, the people you're working with.
Yeah, there's the because of course it's a collaborative medium, so it's the cast, the crew,
Yes,
and it's those relationships,
yes.
I guess. So you still obviously doing acting, and you still do you want to do more directing in the future, more stage? Where do you kind of see
I
yourself
would
going?
I would like to continue to act and direct. I've direct on occasion, but in I've directed corporate videos and of course all these business plays that I wrote and children's plays. But um, I mean, those are transferable skills if to be switched to film or television. But it's a hierarchy again. So how do you
Hmm.
break in or? But anyway, I enjoy acting. I enjoy directing, and I enjoy writing. So maybe you never know what the next one will be. But at the moment, I mean, because this post-pandemic uh, moment that we're living in is full of hesitation. People are hesitant and well, less. Okay, let's take a chance on this particular project or that one, or hey, here's an interesting script, or how about that? Well, let's top load it with signed stars. So we've got bankable uh, image right away. And so there goes most of your money right there.
Hmm.
And uh,
It's a similar story, unfortunately. I've talked to a lot of people that are kind of echoing what you're saying, and it's just the state of the industry in terms of but they don't seem to be giving things a chance anymore. So if you're doing a TV series and it's one series, and usually you would take a while to develop it, and by series 3 and 4, you're kind of where you
yes,
should be. But if it's not an immediate success, they'll cancel it, or if they kind of don't want to pay increased salaries, because this is part of what the writer strike was, that it's cheaper to do a couple of series, get some subscribers in, and regardless of what the series is doing, cancel it, start again, because you don't have to raise salaries, production costs, and things. So
right.
yeah, they don't give things a chance or let things
No.
evolve. I don't think.
Evolve or come to fruition or slowly develop.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Because you've done stints on TV and things where you had longer runs, I take it. So is it quite nice to have something where you
It,
can
it,
develop a
it
character
is.
and
It
yeah.
is because you can become comfortable with the character you're playing in a recurring series. That's fun.
Mm,
It is fun.
yeah. And I suppose the nice thing about stage is that you can change it a little bit, whereas on film, that's it, you're stuck with
That's
it. So I suppose that's the
that's
appeal
it.
of stage as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
And sometimes on stage you need to change it because sometimes it's your own approach. You're under the weather. You need to make this thing work because the audience is they paid money. They hired a babysitter. They couldn't find a parking spot. They've got
Mm,
all kinds of concerns. They want to go to the theater for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Ah, get out of their concerns, their daily concerns, and be taken somewhere else. And they've paid
mm.
for that privilege. So it's up to the actors to make sure that they get their money's worth. It's you have to be cognizant and be attentive to what's going on, how the audience is responding.
Well, I think that's probably a lovely place to end it on. A very fascinating discussion. Thank you very much, Neil, for
Well,
talking. It's been really
thank you
fun.
for having me, Philip. Thank you, and
Okay.
good luck with the whole piece and the whole series of this this uh, the impacts or the ongoing life of Grey Owl. It's
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to cover, and
yeah,
maybe a few other people will discover the story. So that's
yes,
be nice if
yeah,
that happens. That's
yes, it would be.
well, I wish you all the best with your
Well,
projects, and all sound very
to
interesting. Um,
you as well, and good luck with your project, and let's hope that people, as you say, it generates interest.
I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Well, take care. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
So are you having a nice week?
Yes, not bad. Where are you?
Down in Devon and Exeter.
Oh, okay. So you same, because yeah, well, I'm Monmouthshire, so probably quite similar weather. I think that very wet at the moment, which is a bit dismal, but
Very changeable. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, thank you very much for wanting to speak to me about Grey Owl. It is very much appreciated.
Okay.
I was just wanted to start by just asking you a bit about your background in the respect of how you kind of got into films, and did you always want to go into the film business?
So I don't think I always wanted to go into it, but I did when I was at sixth form. I did some work experience at the BBC in the Midlands, Pebble Mill as it was known then.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that gave me an interest in it. But it was actually when I did a degree, not in anything film related. Back in the day, in the 80s, I did a secretarial course, learned how to do shorthand, touch typing. So I started off, I went for sort of a week of different interviews in London with all sorts of different companies, publishing companies, PR companies. And I went for an interview at a company called UIP, United International Pictures, who were a film, they no longer exist, but they were a film distribution company. So I ended up working in their publicity department, and it was the head office in Hammersmith, and we did all the publicity, and we were basically the distributor for Universal, Paramount, and MGM UA, so big film US studio films. And I did that for 12 months, but then I did really have a hankering for working on the production side. So it was pure luck that one of the publicity managers at the time ended up meeting Diana Hawkins, who was Richard Attenborough's producing partner, at some event one evening, and they said they were looking for a new secretary assistant, and then that's how I got the job. So.
And of course, so the first one you did was Chaplin. Is that correct? Your first film?
So yeah, so first film was Chaplin, and bear in mind that I worked for Richard and Diana I started working for them in 1989 until about 2001, and I had a brief period when I went off and worked for the BBC, and then I came back and worked with them, but on a completely different project. But you can go for, obviously you can be in development with a project for a number of years. I mean, he had a couple of projects that he'd had in development for over 20 years, so there was quite a long, although I worked for him for quite a long time, I made 4 films in total, because you don't ever really make them back to back. So yeah, Chaplin was the first one. Yeah.
And so you were Diana Hawkins, you were her assistant, weren't you, personal assistant on that?
So yeah, so I started off as Diana's assistant, and she was very much still on the publicity side at that point. So she had started off as like a unit publicist, but she was very much sort of working. So she had a hand in the sort of script editing of Chaplin. But yeah, so got involved in all sorts. We were really, when we weren't in production, we were basically a team of 3, I think, at that point, in his production office. And then he had his office in Richmond with his own sort of personal sort of secretaries over there. But yeah, so it was great in terms of you just sort of got involved in the development of a project, the prep, obviously during the production, and then the post-production. So yeah, it was good.
So you primarily office based? I take it you didn't really get to go to set that much, or
what's that? Sorry.
Did you get to go to set much on Chaplin, or was it more kind of office based?
Yeah, I mean, Chaplin was it was filmed down at Shepperton Studios, and that's where the office was. and then it did shoot out in LA for quite a bit. So I did think I did about a week over in LA. I wasn't based. I wasn't one of the crew that went over there. It was mainly US crew that was used. But I went over. I literally got into the office one morning, and they said, "Oh, we urgently need." I think it was from some prosthetics or something. We've booked you a seat on a 3:00 flight over to LA. So I ran home, got the bag together, and a car took me to the airport. So I went out for a week. But yeah, wasn't over there for very long. And then all the post-production was done back at Twickenham Studios, which is where his production office was based.
You mentioned you began with sort of publicity and distribution of films. If you think of now how expensive marketing and everything is for 100, 200 million to market a big film, based upon your previous experiences, do you think that's justified, or how is it kind of sort of balloon like that?
I mean, we were considered quite big budget back in the day. So we would have a budget of, say, 25 million, and it was seen as big budget. But obviously it's a drop in the ocean now. I mean, everything's changed so much. Obviously the films that we did, the 4 films I worked on, we were still, everything was shot on 35 millimeter. It was a real traditional filmmaking, rushes being flown back and forward depending on where we were filming. So yeah, I mean, the budgets are just sort of sky high now, but I don't know, it just seems there's a lot more, the whole sector's changed, the whole industry's changed. I mean, there wasn't anything such as high-end TV when I was working in film. It was very much, you either worked in film or you worked in TV. There were 2 completely separate camps. And TV was very low budget. It was, nobody had Winnebagos, or, they weren't big sort of, they didn't really shoot in studios because budgets were so low. And it was very kind of, TV was, I suppose, things like sort of soap operas or continuing drama, as it's called now. And then the sort of I suppose the introduction of high-end TV, it's really blurred the lines, and there's a lot of high-end TV projects that have probably got bigger budgets than a lot of films nowadays. So, and there's just obviously more with streamers and everything. There's a lot more platforms and outlets for content. Back in the 80s, I guess it was, I can't even remember when Channel 4 came along, but it was like 3 TV channels, and it was a different world. But yeah, it's strange now, the big budgets.
I think it's very interesting is that because there's so much spent on production and post-production distribution, a lot of these big films need to make 800 million to $1 billion to break even. You think, well,
Yeah.
you're setting yourself up to fail in many respects.
Yeah, but in a way, that was always the way, that it was always, you had to make X number of times your budget to get any money coming back into the production company, because you were sort of bottom of the pile in terms of, it was the exhibitors and then the distributors. There was so much money sort of, as you say, sort of, I suppose, reimbursed in terms of marketing costs, etc., that the production company had to make a lot of money for there to be any kind of residuals for the production company. And in fact, I think the only one that of sort of in that Richard Attenborough did that people actually saw some money back was Gandhi.
Yeah.
So there were crew members that were on a sort of percentage, and they all would get sort of, money coming in for that. But none of the films that I was involved with ever saw, there was never any money that came in. I suppose back in the day it would have been like video sales or whatever, but I can't remember ever seeing any kind of like residuals that would come back in from that.
And you graduated to production associate in Love and War. Well, what was the kind of duties for that role?
So it was kind of for that and Grey Owl. It was, as I say, we were a really small team. Actually, for that well, yeah, we were still 3 people. One person had left and somebody else, a new person has joined as a secretary. So you literally got involved with everything. So it would be research during script writing. So for In Love and War, obviously bear in mind this is pre-internet. So a lot of research, a lot of days spent down at the Imperial War Museum in their reading room, which is actually, it's an amazing place. It's right, I don't know if you've ever been to the Imperial War Museum.
Yeah.
There's like a glass dome right at the very top, and you could get permission to go up there, and then there were masses of archives. So it was very much, it was like the old card system that you used to get in libraries, where you used to actually go and have to look through drawers and pull out the sort of reference number and whatever, and then request material to be brought up from the archive. So at that, obviously we were researching the American Red Cross, because that was what it was basically. It was obviously all about Ernest Hemingway, but it was very much featuring the American Red Cross. So yeah, I was sitting reading original letters from the First World War, and it was amazing. But it was very much so yeah, there was quite a lot of that. There was research, help working with the script writers, helping them out with various. They would have sort of odd questions. Well, how would this work? What would they obviously did a lot of their own research, but if they wanted certain points clarifying, and then sort of, yeah, just general sort of working on it in pre-production obviously for Diana and for Richard. And then that was shot out in Italy, that was amazing. We shot in an amazing place called Vittorio Veneto, which is just north of Venice. And then we did a week in Venice, which is quite something, trying to shoot a film. We were on the sort of filming in this amazing palazzo, but obviously all the crew had to bring everything in on boats, and it was sort of half Italian, half British crew, so it was interesting. Didn't obviously do very well at the box office, unfortunately, but it was quite good fun to work on. And then very much involved in post-production. So I was basically post-production supervisor. We didn't have a post-production supervisor. It was back to the office. And I'd say that was my favourite part of the whole production, because you sort of shrunk down a bit. It wasn't so manic. The hours weren't so long. They were still long hours, but they were manageable. I mean, production hours are, 15 hours, 12 to 15 hour days. And so, yeah, lots of post-production supervising. And as I said, this is back in the day, 35 mil. So in terms of delivery, there were lots of physical elements that you had to deliver for the, I think there were 2 distributors involved on, or 2, yeah, on In Love and War. And then also working on the release. So it was a royal premiere, I believe, for In Love and War. So we worked with the British Red Cross in terms of they were the charity. So going for meetings on that, and meeting all sorts of ladies who lunched, who got involved in charity work, and then the big premiere in Leicester Square. And then on the publicity side of it. So you saw it right from the inception of the idea, pretty much right to delivery and beyond. So all sorts of different roles to do.
So with Shadowlands, was that again a lot of research, because again an historical piece? And
not so much on that. That was one of the few projects that I think pretty much literally from the script turning up, because that was brought to us by God, trouble is I can't remember anyone's name now. So he was Carnival Films, Brian, can't remember his surname. He ran a company called Carnival Films, or Carnival TV, I think it was then. And he approached Richard with this script that William Nicholson had written. And it pretty much, from the day the script turned up, barely one word changed between that and it being shot. And I think you could tell, because it was such a good script, And normally when you start getting all like so when you make a change on a script, everybody has, obviously all the crew members have a copy of the script. And when you make changes, the changes come in on different colored sheets so that everybody knows they're working from the same updated version. And it's a physical script as opposed to, I guess now, maybe probably a lot of it's electronic. And you'd quite often end up at the end of a shoot with a script which was pretty much multicolored because there'd been that many changes. But Shadowlands, it didn't really change from the minute it appeared. William Nicholson had written it to what actually ended up on the screen. And I think it was reflected because it was such a good film and the script was so amazing. And normally when lots of changes are being made, it's a slight sort of recipe for disaster, I think, in terms of it's trying to fix something as you're going along. So
yeah, it can either be a tense environment where it kind of sort of brings out the best in people. I think The Fugitive was like that. That was changing all the time, but that made it a better film. Other times it can kind of just fall apart at the seams. It depends upon a number of factors.
The other thing with Shadowlands, I'm pretty sure it was a stage play before it was a film. So William Nicholson, there was nothing he didn't know on the subject. You know, he was an expert on that. But we had Joy Gresham, who's the sort of the lead character that Deborah Winger plays. His son was also, I can remember him being on set. So he was obviously, he features in the film as in a little boy. I can't remember the name of the young actor that played him, Joey somebody. He was amazing. So yeah, I suppose he was on hand for any, you know, if there were any particular queries about his mom or things that would have happened during that time.
So when it came to doing Grey Owl, did that script change much through production?
Yeah, it did. Yeah. So that was, I don't know if you know the whole story about how that was found by Diana. She read an article in an old copy of a Country Life, I think it was, in a dentist waiting room, and read this story about this guy masquerading as a Native American Indian. And I can't remember, I think it was, who did they get to do the first draft? I think it was, what was his name? This is trouble, I can't remember anyone's names. Right. It was Richard's old business partner, Brian Forbes. I think he did the first draft.
Right.
But yeah, it did get chopped and changed quite a lot.
So a bit like, say, with William Nicholson, what he did with Gladiator, he kind of came in and kind of sort of put it together, or was it sort of not quite as dramatic?
No, well, the same happened for Chaplin. There were umpteen writers on Chaplin. I think at one point on Chaplin, God, what's his name? A really famous theatre writer, Tom Stoppard. I think he had a hand in Chaplin. So no, it's normally one person that appears and then they go, and then another person has another go at a draft. So they don't, from the projects I worked on, they didn't all work in harmony. Let's say that it would be one writer, and then another writer would be approached to do another draft.
I mean, I'm just sort of basis on, say, what William Nicholson did, was say with Gladiator, was that he kind of brought a lot of character depth to it. I assume maybe you might have done the same with Grey Owl, and kind of sort of fleshing out perhaps the romantic elements of the story, perhaps.
Yeah, I think they kind of, they brought on, they don't necessarily work with the previous writer, but they will probably work on, you know, they won't start from scratch again. So they're normally given a draft because obviously the draft of the script is in the ownership of the production company. It's not in the ownership of the writer. They are a writer for hire. So they don't own the IP, the production company does. So then they would look at the excuse me, they would look and work on the previous draft. I can't remember Bill Nicholson, what he actually did on Grey Owl, but you're probably right. He probably came in and kind of, sort of tweaked it a bit. I know Diana on Chaplin as well. Diana wrote the outline, so that was the sort of the first, obviously the sort of, I suppose, the treatment, as it were, before going to sort of into script mode. But it can be quite acrimonious sometimes, because obviously it's quite a dent to your ego if you're a writer and you've started to write something and then you're taken off it and another writer's been brought on to sort of have another go at it. But it happens all the time. So I think, most writers, it's obviously, if you're at the top of your game, you're pretty well paid. So I guess you get over it and you take the money, because it's not like writing a novel where it's your baby. You are a writer for hire.
I suppose when you're doing anything that's historically based, particularly about a particular person, it's about kind of condensing what to focus on, because there's so much. Especially with Grey Owl, it is a simplified story, but it is probably the best one to tell. Is there a lot of going back and forth to kind of chip away, but like sculpting something so you actually get to what you.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with Grey Owl was that, trying to sort of a slow reveal, I guess. To the whole thing was he wasn't shown as being a boy from Hastings right from the word go, but there were various clues sort of heavily dropped into the story as to why was he dyeing his hair, and why was he the trying to give the sort of game away that actually he wasn't who he said he was. But that whole sort of area to focus on, it's an interesting one, because a lot of the criticism of Chaplin was that it tried to do too much, and it was a chronological story of his life from a child in Lambeth to making it big in Hollywood. And people felt that it would have been better if it had just been focused on a particular area of his life and his career, which is probably what they would do more, nowadays. But having said that, Robert Downey got an Oscar nomination, and God, I haven't watched the film for donkeys, so it'd be interesting sometime to sit and have a look back at it. But yeah, it was a criticism at the time that it was just too broad a picture, really, trying to get everything in on his life.
And I think Grey Owl, it helps us with sort of the suspense of the picture, the interest in that the journalist is there at the beginning confronting him about something. You don't know what it is, but I don't know whether that was always the opening of the film, or whether it was kind of then moved about a little bit to create a bit more of a pull-in for the audience. I suppose it's difficult to.
Yeah, I can't remember, but I think it was always that trying to, as I say, give hints that something wasn't quite what it, it didn't all quite add up. But obviously trying to save the reveal right to the end of when he's back, and then he goes back and sees his aunts. Because it was that trying to give I suppose, a different dimension to the story, that it wasn't people weren't. I suppose it was that the whole thing was about having a reveal at the end of the film.
And as you sort of researched the man, the time, did you find that particularly interesting subject, something that you were drawn into?
Yeah, so we had we'd spent quite a few trips down to Hastings, and we did actually meet there was like a society at the time, and I think we met with them, and they were sort of like the aficionados. So they advised us quite a lot. and then I remember we went down to, and I can't remember the name of it. It was this amazing little zoo that was down in somewhere sort of that neck of the woods, and they had beavers, and we went and we learned all about the beavers and their life cycle, because that's quite a key part of the film. So yeah, I can't remember the I think, yeah, the grey, there was a Grey Owl Society, I'm sure of it. I'm sure they were quite involved in helping us. And then going down, I remember I went down with the production designer and looking for, because it was actually shot on location in Hastings, the sort of the final bit where he goes and sees his aunts. So going down to find an exterior of a house that we could use for that, and trying to find a homeowner that would be willing to let us use it as a location.
Because of course you wouldn't have had CGI that you have now to remove modern things that wouldn't have, TV antennas, that sort of thing. So you kind of got to, you can remove some of it, but you don't want to be in somewhere where you...
Yeah, I mean, there was CGI, but it was, which is probably the same as it is now, but expensive. So it was very much, little tweaks here and there. So it was very much about, obviously, if you were going in to shoot in a street, the whole thing would be dressed and, lines painted over or covered up or whatever. So I think as much as possible was done during the shoot so that you could avoid the whole sort of CGI expense at the end of it.
Because I assume the budget was quite good, but it probably was still a small film compared to, say, others in the late 90s.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we never did low budget films because he just didn't, I mean, he was, it was always quite, as I say, back in the day, we would have been considered quite big budget. I mean, obviously nowhere near. I mean, we were talking the other day about what the first $100 million film, but I don't know. I can't even remember what the budget was for Grey Owl. To be honest with you, it's probably in the archives somewhere or in the BFI archives. But it certainly wasn't a cheap film to make. I mean, there were big crowd scenes, and obviously, yeah, traveling. We'd spent sort of 3.5, 4 months out in Canada. But it was mainly Canadian crew. There was a very small sort of core British crew that went over.
Did you get a chance to go over in Canada? Were you there much?
Yeah, I was over for 3.5 months, I think. So for the duration of the shoot. So lots of traveling around. We were based out of Montreal, but they only do 5-day weeks in, the union's quite strong in Canada. So we only shot 5-day weeks. So we would always then drive back to Montreal at the weekends, and basically have the weekends off to just, I remember we used to go out and watch lots of films, and then lots of different locations. So yeah, it was interesting.
And would you mingle much with the cast, or was it very much a crew and cast separate, or?
Not really. I mean, I can remember, so we were out shooting in a national park, and there was like a line of Winnebagos, and Richards was next to Pierce's, and there was like one phone line. So the one phone line connected, and then you'd pick up the phone, and sometimes you could hear Pierce was on the line, so you'd have to put down the phone and then wait till it was free. So yeah, there wasn't really I mean, sort of mixing to a certain extent. We went out for dinner with him, and he was on set. I mean, a lot of the time, yeah, that he's in his Winnebago between takes. But he was lovely, actually. I just remember he was just a really nice guy.
Oh, good. So I think he really wanted to do the film to the point where I think he took a little bit of a lower fee than he would have, because of course being hired to James Bond at the time, because so he took a bit more, less money so he could do it, which I think sort of
he was a passionate conservationist, so he was really interested in the whole character of Grey Owl. So yeah, I think you're right. He really wanted to do it, and it was as you say, it was such a complete change of character from what he was doing. But I guess at that stage he could afford to do whatever he wanted to do. So if he really wanted to do the film, he could do it.
So Richard Attenborough never had somebody particularly in mind for it. It was kind of sort of, I was wondering sort of how Pierce kind of came into the.
I'm trying to remember. Do you know what? I cannot remember how he came into it. I think there probably were other people that he was considering. Because that was always, most of the films, they didn't already come with like a star attached to it. I mean, I remember back with Chaplin, there were all sorts of people considered, and most unlikely people considered for the role. And the same as Gandhi, that you sort of sometimes you hear and you think, oh my God, I can't, surely not that he was considering Anthony Hopkins as Gandhi or whatever, because he did tend to work with a lot of the same people, and was obviously, he had a very long-standing relationship with Anthony Hopkins. He'd done previous films with him, I can't remember who else was in the offing for Grey Owl, to be honest with you. But Chaplin, there was certainly quite a lot of people that really wanted and were sort of positively pitching for the role, including Robert Downey, who was then just obviously sort of the perfect fit for it.
I just looked at the budget, and it was $30 million, the budget, so a pretty sizable film.
Yeah, and bear in mind when it was shot, that was considered quite a big budget back in the day.
And of course, so much on location as well, which of course ups the cost, doesn't it? Sort of shooting on.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's the crowd scenes, and I mean, studio builds are expensive, but yeah, I seem to remember with Grey Owl it was predominantly location based, just because of the nature of the story, being out in that blinking national park, which was beautiful, but the mosquitoes were absolutely horrendous, so it's kind of slightly tinged with, it wasn't a particularly pleasurable experience. But I remember we had to shoot at a certain time of the year before the black fly appeared, because mosquitoes you can't see on film, but black fly you can. So there was a certain window that we had to shoot before, because otherwise we were going to run into trouble with having, I suppose, insects that could be seen on a screen.
I think one of the great aspects of the film is the wonderful cinematography, and Roger Pratt, of course, worked with Richard Attenborough a few times. Do you remember Roger and his contribution?
Yeah, he was Roger, a lovely man, and really, a lot of people, when you're at your top of your game like that, and you're, in charge of the whole look of the film, and he had a very distinctive look on in Love and War and Grey Owl. I always remember that he used to have, there would be lots of tunnels with sort of holes in them, as it were, and smoke being blown, because that was his look. He had there was always that slight, so that the smoke would kind of get blown around the set to give it a certain look, and then obviously just before you started shooting, that would be cut, and then it would just create a sort of a certain look to the what we're trying to say, to the shot. But he was so lovely. Some people, I'm trying to think, not off the top of my head, I can't really think of anyone. Most of the people we worked with were really nice, but you could get people that were egos, they were the sort of in charge. But he was never like that. He was such an easygoing and really, really nice guy. I think it helped actually, because Richard Attenborough always ran a very happy set. You know, I only ever worked for him, so I was kind of privileged that I didn't really know any different. But obviously most of the crew, well, all the crew were freelancers, so they would work for all sorts of different directors, producers, and some would come with horror stories of what it was like working on other productions, directors that weren't really that experienced, but were just absolute, you know, dictators and really unpleasant. And he was never like that. He could be tricky with us, you know, that were really close to him, because he used to kind of offload to us. But he was very respectful of all the crew, and it just reflected in it was a happy, always a happy environment. Not to say it wasn't without its stresses, but he thought a lot of his crew. And also he wasn't particularly hierarchical, so he would acknowledge everybody. You know, he'd come onto the set, he would acknowledge the runner as much as he did, you know, the heads of department. So he did, and also he could afford to work with the best people. So we worked with some amazing people. Stuart Craig, who then obviously went on to do all the Harry Potter films. Again, you know, he was an amazing production designer. Terry Clegg, who he worked a lot with, who was his line producer and his exec producer, who I saw actually recently a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, really experienced, really good, talented people.
And did you find Richard Attenborough was, in terms of the script, liked a bit of flexibility in terms of he was happy to go off and improvise, or how was his kind of way of working in that respect?
From what I can remember, he was always seen as, and he was kind of known as the actor's director. And that's why, you know, actors always, I think, really like working with him. They said they felt really sort of safe with him because he was an actor, obviously. And so he kind of knew he was from their world. And I don't know if you saw recently the acknowledgement that Robert Downey gave him at the recent Oscar acceptance speech. But he acknowledged him as being, you know, I think the first sort of really influential person in his career. And they you know, because he created that sort of safe environment, they then felt they could really do what they were, deliver what they were supposed to deliver. So yeah, there was never, I can't ever remember there being a kind of issue between actors on the set. He did work really well with them. Sorry, my son's just decided to come in and play darts in the living room, so that was a dart just falling on the floor.
Okay. One person I was wondering, because I did try to find her, but Annie Galpillo, who played the leading lady, she seems to have disappeared a little bit. Do you remember her at all?
Yeah, so she was really young, incredibly pretty, but very inexperienced. So she's probably disappeared, because I'm not even sure if she actually did anything following on from Grey Owl.
Yeah, not too much. I don't think. Just have a quick look. I've got some details of the film here. She did one other thing, 2013. So quite a jump, unless of course she did anything that you know is not recorded here. But it was only her third credit, Grey Owl. So it's quite a film to kind of you know to co-lead.
I mean, it was a huge break for her, and I seem to remember, again, you know, there was quite a big auditioning process. So, you know, lots of young actresses were auditioned, but, you know, she was really striking. You know, had a really striking face. And the only other thing I really remember is, you know, English wasn't her first language. So, you know, it was, I think there was quite a lot of ADR from what I can remember, additional dialogue replacement, just to sort of clarify some of because she had quite a heavy accent. But yeah, as you say, an amazing project for her to be involved with, considering she was actually relatively inexperienced.
And I think that love story works really well. It's always difficult telling a love story in 2 hours and kind of convincingly trying to tell the audience that somebody has had that attachment. But I think it is a real strength for the film, her chemistry with Pierce. So I don't think her inexperience or nerves, if there was any, you know, you can't tell, I don't think, in the film.
Well, I suppose, you know, she was the real McCoy, wasn't she? You know, she was a Native American. That was her sort of background. So yeah.
I was just wondering, another collaborator of which Adams was George Fenton, the composer, and of course the music in the film is quite stunning, especially those big sort of Vista reveals. It's very. Did you get to meet George, and what did you think when a film?
Yeah, so he worked on. He didn't do Chaplin because that was John Barry, who was this sort of like megastar composer. I remember him coming over with his wife from LA because I think he lived out there. But George Fenton, I know he did Shadowlands. I'm not sure if he did In Love and War, I can't remember. But so yeah, he was again, you know, regular. There was this sort of, I suppose, regular crew that were, you know, used on most of Richard's productions. And if they weren't used, it was normally because they were off doing other projects. So the timing just wasn't right.
Yeah.
So yeah, George Fenton. Yeah, we used to go down to well, that must have been done. It wasn't done at Abbey Road. I remember Chaplin. The soundtrack was recorded there. I think it was Air Lyndhurst that we did Grey Owl, but it was fascinating because, you know, literally a big orchestra would come together and record the score for the soundtrack. Yeah, so he was, yeah, we were involved with him quite a bit.
I think it's when the music is added, that's when the film's soul is added, isn't it? When it sort of seems just sort of become this three-dimensional thing.
Yeah, really interesting relationship as well between the composer and the director. You know, and where the music's going to come at which point, and when they've put the rough cut together. So yeah, it's a whole sort of ensemble piece, really.
I was just wondering about if you have any other sort of highlights from being on the set, anything shooting or anything particularly else enjoyed on the film we haven't already covered.
So the big thing that I can really remember from Grey Owl was the beavers. So obviously they've got a key part because they adopt these baby beavers. And I look back now and think, God, I'm not sure how ethical this was, but we had to get the sort of beaver experts. I remember his name was Bill Carrick, and he had an assistant who worked with him. And beavers only breed once a year, so he had to go down nearer. The nearer you are to the equator, they sort of breed earlier. And we had to have, in terms of continuity, there was a whole like schedule on what age beaver needs to be on the set at that particular time, because obviously you're not shooting in chronological order. And it was always this, so, you know, we knew we'd need these baby beavers, and then they would start to get bigger, obviously, throughout the story. And we were always told, oh, there's so many beavers around. And at the time, I don't know whether this is still the case, but certainly in like parts of America, which is, I think, where he had to go to get them, they culled them because they were seen as a pest. So he had a license when they were culling them, if there were babies, that he could remove the babies, and then the babies were like looked after, or they could move them to a different location. So it was always, there wasn't going to be an issue. There was more beavers than you could shake a stick at. And we were going through obviously as each day through the schedule, up to the point where we needed the baby beavers. But we kept having these phone calls with Bill Carrick, who couldn't find any beavers. And it was like, became a crunch point, because at that point, every day's shoot was worth about £100,000 or so. And it got to the point where we were going to have to delay or have a bit of a hiatus purely because we couldn't find the baby beavers. And I remember we were on set on I don't know if it was a university one day. There was this big crowd scene in an auditorium where he's supposedly, Grey was giving this speech. And I got this phone call through to say, we've got the baby beavers. And I remember running down to the Richards Winnebago shouting, we've got the baby beavers. And it was like seen as such a relief because, and so that's, for me, that was always the key thing. And the baby beavers, they were so cute. I remember driving round to the house where Bill Carrick was, I don't know if he was renting it or whatever, and we went around to see the baby beavers, and they were just so sweet. I mean, it was awful, really, because the parents had been culled in this regular cull that went on. So there was always lots of cooing when they came on set, and obviously they had to be looked after, and not, you couldn't let everybody come up and crowd around and hold the baby beaver. But we've got pictures, I've got some photos somewhere of me holding one of the baby beavers, and Richard sort of leering over the top of me. But yeah, it was that was quite a sort of a funny part of the shoot, because they were key, and if we hadn't got them, I don't know what they would have done. Maybe nowadays you just use animatronics, and you wouldn't really use real baby beavers. But yeah, and we learned a lot about them. As I say, we went down to this zoo, and we met this amazing vet, Nick, I remember his name was. And we went and actually saw the beavers and learned a lot about their lifestyle and what amazing animals they are. They're such amazing animals, and they mate for life. And watching them den build and everything is just amazing. So yeah, that was a really amazing part. And then the only other thing I really remember is it was Pierce's 40th birthday on the set. So we then surprised him. We were down on, I can remember we were near some lake somewhere, and we surprised him with a big chocolate cake, and everybody sang happy birthday. And so yeah, two sort of standout moments from what I can remember.
I was wondering, would it have been his 50th or his 40th?
I don't know. I'm thinking 40th, because I don't know how old he is now.
He's 70. I'm just looking up. 71 now.
Maybe it was his 50th then.
I'm pretty sure he did GoldenEye. It was his first Bond, and I think he was 43. Sticks in my mind for some reason.
Right.
So maybe, and I think when he did his last one, he was kind of. So yeah, I might. I don't
You're probably right. I've just made up for it,
but it might be sort of a bit higher than.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, and maybe it wasn't such a milestone birthday.
I don't know if you have any insight into the scene where she goes through the ice, and I take it that was probably a water tank and some.
Yeah, that was a water tank, and I'm pretty sure that was. I can vaguely remember the studio. I've got no idea where it was. I'm assuming it was somewhere Montreal based. Yeah, but yeah, it would have been done in a tank somewhere.
And I take it Montreal was very kitted up in those days to host a film of that scale, and it was quite a good.
Yeah, it was a thriving had a thriving film industry, and it was a Canadian UK co-production. So you have to, in order to get co-production status, you have to I can't remember exactly what you have to do, but a lot of it is to do, obviously that it's to do with like spend in each of the countries, but also the employment of HODs across both countries. So I can remember we certainly had a Canadian production designer, as well as a UK one. And as I say, it was a predominantly Canadian crew. There was a very small sort of skeleton British crew that went out there. Because obviously if you're having to pay people to go out, and you've got to pay hotels and travel and per diems and stuff, you can't take out a whole UK crew with you. But yeah, there's certain sort of criteria you have to fulfill. But yeah, it was really efficient. They were really, I remember their sort of lighting guys just being really, really efficient. And as I say, it was very unionized as well. So hence the 5-day weeks, which was quite good.
And do you find that that helps a crew, because maybe when you're doing 6 days a week, perhaps at a certain point you're kind of can't give your best. Is it a better way? Would you say that's what should be everywhere?
The long hours, and I think there's still really long hours now, because I still work in sort of related to that in terms of sort of working in skills and talent in the creative sector. And there is an issue with crew retention because of hours, and it's not seen as an industry that's very conducive to family life, particularly I suppose if you're female, in terms of bringing up children. It's particularly if you're away on location, which you are, I suppose, predominantly maybe more with film, but it's quite difficult to sort of leave a family for 3 months and be off in a different country. So, I mean, people do it all the time, don't they, in all sorts of walks of life. But yeah, I think it's still an issue, the hours.
Oh yeah, I do. I've done a few events for a guy called Norman Wanstall, and he won an Oscar for Goldfinger for the sound design, and he left the industry because he was in a small studio somewhere in Soho all the time, couldn't see his family, so he retrained to be a plumber. So he was the only plumber probably in history that had an Oscar in his wardrobe.
Wow.
So,
yeah, I mean, it's a great, because the camaraderie is amazing. If you get with a good crew, it's just amazing, because you're all away from your families and you're all in it together. And I can only speak from, I had really happy times, but I'm sure if you're on a miserable job and, it's not a very happy crew, it must be quite tough.
Was there a reason why Grey Owl was your last film in terms of that kind of on the set?
Only because we then went on to, there were quite a few projects we had in development, and as I say, it was just trying to get finance. I mean, you'd think someone like Richard Attenborough wouldn't really have any problem because of who he was, but that's not the case. It was always difficult trying to get funding. I mean, I don't know, with Chaplin, whether you know the story. It was originally going to be funded by Universal. He had I think a 3-picture deal with Universal after Cry Freedom, and we got within 3 weeks of shooting, and then Universal basically pulled out. So they literally, the sets had been built all around King's Cross, and they all had to be struck and sort of put into storage. And then Richard and Diana flew, it was like literally last minute, get them on a flight to LA. They flew out to LA for a series of meetings. and a guy called Mario Casar. They approached him, and he'd made his fortune out of the Terminator movies, and he came on board. So yeah, within 3 weeks it was up and running again. So I think the reason Grey Owl was the last one was because they were just, we were in development, and it's quite, I don't say there's not much to do, but you get involved with other things. Richard was always off. He was doing lots of things like, he was involved in all sorts of things, involved in a disability centre for the arts in Leicester. So they were building, making it, he was fundraising for that. So, I was kind of being diverted off to all sorts of other things, which was really interesting. But I really wanted to sort of stay more doing sort of film stuff. So, yeah, at that point, I thought I've been with him for a long time. I need a bit of change of scene. So
Yeah.
I left and worked at the BBC for a bit. So his final film, I didn't work on, Closing the Ring. I was off working at the BBC at that point.
Was there anything that you were involved in the sort of development that never got anywhere, but you wish did something?
Yeah, there was. So the project that he worked on would literally, it was in development for 25 years, was Thomas Paine. That I think it was called The Rights of Man. Was it called The Rights of Man? Can't remember. I'll remember in a minute. So that was amazing, and we had so many drafts of that script because it had been around for so many years. So there was a guy, who was the person who, Trevor Griffiths, he was the script writer on that. But it was a huge project. It was, it was basically covering the French and American revolutions. And at one point, it was almost considered being a TV series. And he was desperate to get that made. But yeah, but he said Gandhi was in development for about 20 years or so. I'm not sure whether that was the case or not, but Thomas Paine was definitely around for a long time, and of course never saw the light of day, which was a shame. And then there was one called, what was it? It was a sort of a story between Simone de Beauvoir and an American writer, and that never saw the light of day. There was a series that we were developing for HBO, not HBO, sorry, Hallmark TV. So there were all sorts of various projects that, most production companies have a whole slate of projects that never see the light of day, unfortunately.
And it does seem to be, from speaking to other people in the business who are still very active or otherwise, it seems that the industry is even more difficult to get projects made because it's all done by even more committees. There's more people to sign off it. Nobody wants to take a risk, so it's
well, as you say, the budgets now are so huge that it can kind of make or break studios, I guess. So they tend to err on the side of caution, and that's why it's always the same people that I guess that get to make films. They're never going to take a punt on somebody. It's the same in TV, though. It's the same writers that get commissioned. They want a safe pair of hands. So it's the same sort of independent production companies that get used. It's hard for a new indie to sort of break in. But yeah, he and also, it was just I suppose he was getting quite old by that stage. So, Closing the Ring, I don't know if you could have done another one after that. I think it's, just coming back to the long hours, it's exhausting. He was very known for his naps. He would have a nap at lunchtime. He would go and have a very light lunch. He wouldn't have the sort of the big stodgy crew lunches with everyone else. And he always had a nap. And he was the sort of the king of the power nap. Richard. He could have a power nap and then spring back to it. He had a lot of energy, and he did really live to work. So he loved what he did.
Well, we should all be so lucky, shouldn't we? Really sort of have that kind of to deal with what we love. I was interested in that Largo Entertainment produced the film. What were they kind of involved in terms of, was it distribution or?
And who was that? Sorry,
Largo Entertainment. They pop up, and it's not one of the logos you see in a lot of films. You know, so it's not.
Yeah. God, do you know what? I can't remember. They either put some money in, or they were. I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, because there was also there was a producer on the film, Jake Egberts, who was actually produced Dancer's Wall, Driving Miss Daisy, River Runs Through It. So quite a big. Well, what was kind of his involvement in terms, and how did it work with Diane and etc.?
So Jake Egberts, and I can't remember how he had sort of quite a long-standing relationship with Richard. So I'm not sure. I'd need to look back through his IMDb of how they worked previously, or what they'd worked on previously. But it wasn't the first film they'd worked on. So yeah, he's quite hands-on, but he was very much like the money guy, from what I can remember.
Right.
And I seem to remember he had he had sort of like a right-hand man who would sort of be around on set just to sort of oversee things, you know, check that it was like running to schedule and budget, you know, we weren't going over budget. But Richard was pretty good. From what I can remember, most of his films, well, the ones I worked on, I think they pretty much did run, they didn't particularly go over budget, and they did run to schedule. So, but normally you would get towards the end of the day, you know, the line producer or the producer coming down to kind of, you know, check up on things, see how things were going. So, but yeah, he was pretty good. And of course, Richard also, he was always producer director. So he wasn't a director for hire. He was producing and directing his films, which gave him obviously a certain more power, as it were.
Were you surprised that the film kind of didn't do it wasn't successful at all, was it, when it first came out? And was that, given all the people involved and the passion, what was kind of the fallout of that?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose it's quite a niche story, maybe. And there was very, you know, what did people really want to see Pierce Brosnan? They were so used to seeing him as Bond, and it was obviously such a departure from that. And it was quite, you know, it's a sweet story, but it's not particularly, I suppose, a blockbuster story. So, yeah, I'm not sure really whether it was such a surprise that it wasn't a big box office success.
Because I think if Richard Ashman wanted to make big blockbuster films, there were different choices he could have probably have made. So he was very much in it for what interested him, and I don't think he probably didn't care too much about probably the as long as he got to make another film, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. I suppose the thing is, if it isn't a blockbuster film, it then gets harder to make the next film. But you're right, he didn't want to just do a film for the sake of making money, because it takes up, you know, such a big part of your life. So he had to feel personally invested in the films that he wanted to make. And obviously, you know, from Gandhi, I mean, most of his films, you know, like In Love and War and Gandhi, I suppose people would say they're all films that have got a message, maybe, and they reflected, you know, certain things that were just really sort of important in his life, you know, maybe reflected his ideologies and his politics, maybe.
So the message in the films naturally mirrored Richard Attenborough's own kind of beliefs and hopes and concerns. Sort of
yeah, I mean, particularly like with Gandhi and with Cry Freedom, and you know, with it In Love and War, the futility of war, and Yeah, I mean, I suppose they're, and then the other films like you know, Chaplin and Shadowlands, and I suppose Grey Owl, he just had a particular, you know, they struck a chord with him for one reason or another, and that's why they were projects that he wanted to take forward. But he wasn't the kind of director that would do big sort of blockbusters. That wasn't his forte. It was very much about getting good performances out of actors.
I did, in my research, I discovered that Richard and his brother David actually saw Grey Owl when he would deliver one of his lectures when they were very young. So I think that must have kind of
that's
stayed
right.
with
I
them.
think that's when Diana sort of came back and said, "Oh, I found this amazing story." I think that's when he said, "Oh, well, I've met him." So it was kind of, you know, maybe it was, what's the word that you're supposed to use? It was, I don't know, it was meant to be, you know, that it was
fated, wasn't it, really?
fated.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
And do you think the film holds up well? And do you think it's kind of one of those films that will get a bit of a real praise? Or I suppose we're doing that now, aren't we? It sort of, do you think it's got some life to it still?
Well, do you know what? I haven't watched it for such a long time. I'd love to watch it again at some point soon. I saw Cry Freedom when it was the I don't know what the anniversary must have been, when it there was a screening in Cardiff, and it was organised by somebody I know, and Terry Clegg, who was the producer I mentioned, the line producer that Richard worked a lot with, he came up, and I hadn't seen Cry Freedom for years, and it's always really interesting looking back. So I don't know, I can't really comment on Grey Owl because I haven't seen it for such a long time. It'd be interesting to watch it again and see whether it's and maybe watch it with my son and see what he thinks of it, because, you know, is it something that younger people would ever sit and have an interest in?
Well, I think obviously the message in the film, well, the message is that unfortunately they're even more relevant than when they were in the 30s when the film was made, and of course now. So maybe there is more young people that might be interested in these things, but they're more kind of conscious of them. So maybe it would resonate a bit better with a younger audience now.
Yeah, definitely. It's you know, much more sustainability and conservation. It's much more, I suppose, when Grey Owl was made, it wasn't really so much of a thing. So I mean, even just like sustainability in filmmaking, it's a really big thing now, and you know, net zero, and you know, a lot of productions now have sustainability coordinators on them. It's a, particularly like if you're doing a TV project, there's something you might have heard of called Albert certification, which is a BAFTA initiative. So quite often, if you watch the end credits, you'll see Albert, sort of Albert certification that comes up at the end. And again, it's all to do with, obviously, you know, how, because a lot of, you know, film and TV productions, just by their very nature, they're quite wasteful. You know, they're using materials that are then just sort of scrapped. So it's about how, you know, the carbon footprint can be reduced, and there's all sorts of new, quite exciting initiatives coming out with, particularly in terms of like sort of wardrobe and how it can be reused. And obviously there's like wardrobe, you know, rental houses and whatever, like sort of Angels and places like that. But also, you know, rather than having all, I don't know how many crew members, 200 crew members or plus, all driving to the same place, how productions can work in a sort of, I suppose, be a bit greener.
And just about the film's initial release, I think certain films studios don't quite know how to market, and if you watch the trailer, or the film is available on Amazon Prime to rent or buy. Difficult to get the DVD, but it is available on streaming. You look at the descriptions of the film, the trailer, and you kind of think that's not actually entirely, sometimes they're misleading. So I don't know whether they just sometimes they get a film that doesn't quite fit into this category or that category, and then that's part of why they do fail in that respect. They don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it's, back in the day, it was always very much about the poster, what that looked like. I don't think that's even a thing now, but I can remember, we worked a lot with Richard was always very much involved with working with the distribution company on what the poster looked like. That was always key to, I suppose, the sort of the messaging to try and draw people in, whether it was going to be like a love story or an action story or whatever, would be reflected in the poster, and I guess also the trailer.
And do you recall it being when you first saw the film that it kind of met your expectations? Did it meet Richard's expectations? Was it?
Do you know what? I think it's so difficult because you're so close to it that it's always really, you have to watch it with an audience that haven't seen it before to gauge what the reaction is. Because I suppose particularly the director, they have lived and breathed it, and they've been in a sort of a dark cutting room, piecing it all together. I think it's really hard to get a perspective on whether it works or not. So it was always on all the films that then had like audience test screenings. It was always really interesting to see what the reaction was. And the one that I think was most dramatic was Shadowlands, and it was always you'd have a viewing, and at a certain point of the film, you'd hear people blowing the nose because people, obviously it's quite heart-wrenching, and it was always that you knew when you'd hear people start to get emotional, you knew that it had worked. I really remember that with Shadowlands. And then, you have the cast and crew screening, and then you have press screening. So you would sort of gauge, obviously, how well it was going to go down before it got to the general release.
And so would the film be kind of tweaked a little bit in reaction to those screenings?
I think, it would only really be tweaked from what I can remember in response to the audience research screenings. And there were, I presume they still do it, but there used to be companies that literally that's what they did. They would recruit, get people to come in and watch a film, and then the audience would be have to answer certain questions on it. And then you would use the outcome from that to then tweak the film. But by the time you got to cast and crew and press screenings, it was locked. There wasn't really, I don't think, much that you could do. So
I think you've got to be careful with, because it depends on who's in the test audience, doesn't it? In terms of, is it a film and then do you trust their judgment? How much you kind of weigh in on?
Well, I mean, you'd have to sort of, I suppose it's a bit like, when they pollsters, these companies they're looking for a certain type of audience. So you have to rely on their expertise to recruit the right people. But I guess it's how much, and normally it would be very much the sort of studio involvement. They would want to see and there'd be certain pressure. You'd have to obviously deliver what the studio wanted as well. So it was all, there was a certain sort of amount of compromise that would go on.
And you said you worked a lot with Dana Hawkins. Was she a very nice person to work with? Did she have that people quality that Richard Attenborough had?
Yeah, she was amazing, and a real sort of champion also for women. So she was a very strong woman and very talented, and she worked her father was a production designer, Maurice Carter, and she started working, I think, at Pinewood Studios, I think it was, from quite an early age. And she was a talented writer, and she was quite a force to be reckoned with, but very what's the word? The same as Richard. It was quite a sort of family sort of atmosphere in a way. You know, a lot of people that worked for, I mean, I worked for them for quite a long, well, for a long time. And they liked to work, as I say, like Richard liked to work with people that he knew. So he worked with the same people over and over again. No, it was more than just a sort of, I suppose, a professional relationship. There was sort of more to it, really, in a way. It was kind of that sort of family sort of, I suppose, sort of feeling to it. But yeah, Diana was amazing to work for. And, you know, I suppose at that point, there weren't that many women that were really, I suppose, in positions like that. So she was really good.
And just a bit of a pioneer, it sounds. It sounds
Yeah.
Like. Yeah. Do you have any final thoughts about the film before we go?
I can't really think of anything. Yeah, I mean, as you say, it's a shame it wasn't more of a hit. It's always quite interesting because, you know, working on a film, it's you just I suppose it just means so much more to you because you spent quite a proportion of your life on it working with various people. And I suppose it's funny because when you were saying about people that you wanted to talk to about it, it sort of really makes you realize going through who was actually working on it. It's quite sad because of a lot of people that aren't still around, or, you know, people that were, you know, it was quite a long time ago now. So it's quite, I suppose, poignant sort of thoughts and feelings about it, mainly to do with the people that actually worked on it. So I don't know who else you've managed to sort of pin down at all, but
well, I got William Nicholson, which he didn't really remember too much about writing it. I think he was probably doing so much around that time that he had a fondness for it, but he couldn't remember too much of the details. I got Vlasta, who played the publisher of the book, who's a really lovely guy, and another one of the actors, whose name is escaping me for the moment. But there's not a huge number of people that you say I couldn't find the leading lady from the film, and certain people, you know, of course you can't get Pierce Brosnan because he's just so busy still with things. So
yeah,
not a huge number of people you can kind of get. And Stuart Bick I got as well. He played one of the hunters that Grey Owl encounters when he's selling the pelts. So I've got a nice range of people from it. But I
yeah,
think it's just one of those, because I do a lot of these events for James Bond, for Star Wars, for the Avengers, you know, the TV series and all shows like that I'm very interested in. But because I'm a big Bond fan, of course, I saw Grey Owl when it came out in terms of I got the video, because I don't think it had a proper cinema release.
yeah,
I actually shipped it in from America. I got it from Amazon US, so which was obviously quite expensive back in '99. I got I had a region free or NTSC VHS, we call it in those days, so I could watch it.
yeah.
And I think a lot of people may, as you say, might think, what is James Bond doing in, you know, in
With pigtails.
yes, yeah. But I thought, you know, it's I really connected with it, and years later, so, you know, you rediscover it, you see it on Amazon, you think, oh, I'll give that another go. And
Yeah, well, do you know what? You've prompted me. I'm going to give it another go at some point, because I saw Shadowlands not that long ago, and it was really great to see that again. So I must revisit it and have another look and see what I think, because it will certainly bring back memories, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. And it's, do you have a favorite project of the ones you did with Richard?
I think Shadowlands, just because it was such a lovely. I remember we shot it was over a summer. I remember it being a nice summer. I don't know if I'm just making that up. We shot at Magdalen College, so it was in Oxford. So it was the most amazing place to be, and it was such a happy shoot. And obviously the film was, really, it was critically really well received. So yeah, I'm really fond of that. To be honest, yeah, all of them. There's various things that I probably liked, and maybe things I didn't particularly like about them. Chaplin, I felt it was so, because mainly it was shot in LA, and also it was just, I was just sort of starting out. I don't feel particularly attached to that. But although having said that, I remember I was sent to meet Robert Downey from Heathrow when he first turned up, and he was, not obviously the big, huge star that he is now. And I think I can safely say most of the people we work with, and I'm sure this is probably coming because it was Richard, none of the actors were, we never seemed to work with anyone that was, unpleasant or egotistical. They were all, nice pleasant to be around, I think.
But I think if you again asked this question about, I'm never want to get any dirt on people or anything, but you ask about obviously what it was like to work with so and so, and all actors say and directors say that everyone's lovely because of course they want the next job, and of course unless you were because it's such a collaborative sector, if you're not nice, if you're that you're not going to last unless you somehow become a big star. And then you can sometimes people do kind of further the rate around, but there's very few people that can do that. So by definition, those that do last, and therefore those that happily I get to talk to, all seem to be lovely.
Yeah, and I think nowadays I don't think people would get away with it anyway. There's such a big focus on bullying and harassment and bad stories coming out. And you look back, I think back in the day of things that used to happen, and you think, God, they would never get away with that now. But I suppose it was just part and parcel of the era. So, but it helped. I think when you're working with people at the top of their game, normally they're quite they haven't got a point to prove, so they're normally very pleasant. I mean, I think there are exceptions. I've heard that Stanley Kubrick was particularly difficult to work for, and he was obviously at the top of his game. But yeah.
Funnily enough, I spoke to Stanley Kubrick's daughter, Katharina Kubrick, last week. Actually, we weren't talking about her father's work or anything, but I did. He did sort of suggest that he was very particular about how he made his films.
Yeah.
And I've done an event with Malcolm McDowell before, not for anything Kubrick related, but apparently they didn't get on very well, sort of because on Clockwork Orange, because of that perfectionist sort of thing. So whether it's sort of not necessarily bad character, it's just that I want what I want, and sometimes you sort of, if somebody's uncomfortable or you're putting somebody through it, you want that shot. You don't kind of care too much. Not that you don't care, you just kind of so focused, you're not realizing that somebody's sort of really sort of struggling with something.
Yeah, and it's always under, I suppose, quite a pressurized environment, because as the clock's ticking, every minute's costing money. So when it's their reputation, and I think you're right, probably. I mean, I don't, I can imagine, he was an absolute sort of, perfectionist. And I guess sometimes that makes for a difficult sort of work environment. But yeah, I can't remember any really bad times on any of the four films, really.
And lastly, would you, if you were starting out again, would you still want to go into the industry? Would you recommend it now to people thinking about going into it?
Yeah, I would. Funny enough, that's one of the things, part of my role at the moment. It's about, careers awareness, and we support all sorts of productions in Wales that have, paid trainee placements on, which wasn't necessarily a thing then. I was only speaking to someone today, and I said, back in the day, when you look at an enroller now, there's lots of trainees placed on productions, whereas there weren't back in the day. You'd have use of, they were runners, you'd come on as a runner, and that's the kind of the starting point. So yeah, I do look back and I think, yeah, I'm glad I did it, because I look back and there's so much I can't remember now, but every so often I'll start talking about something and I'll suddenly remember some amazing experience, and I think, I was really lucky. It was quite an exciting, I was young, I suppose 21 when I started working for UIP. But I had some amazing experiences and opportunities, and I'm not sure I'd want to do it now. But I sort of miss, I miss that. There's certain aspects about it I really miss, and that whole camaraderie I really miss. I mean, I don't get me wrong, I work with a great team at the moment, but it's not the same. So yeah, I'm glad I had the experience, and I would certainly wholeheartedly encourage people, if they've got a leaning to it, yeah, get in there. It's quite competitive to get in, but it's you can have a ball and get to travel and do all sorts of interesting, see lots of interesting things. So.
And I believe that Bad Wolf Productions, who does Doctor Who, they're very good at sort of letting people sort of come in and trainee schemes and things. So that's kind of happening kind of across the board, really.
Yeah, well, they've got an amazing initiative who's run by one of my best friends, actually, Alison Dowsell. She runs something called Screen Alliance Wales, which is attached. They're based at Wolf Studios in Cardiff Bay. So they have lots of opportunities and encourage lots of young people to join the industry, and then they basically sort of track their progress as they rise up through the ranks. And there's a big emphasis as well at the moment on improving diversity and inclusion, because it was always a sector that recruited, it was who you know. And I didn't have family that worked there, but it was certainly true for me that somebody I worked with met Diana. That's how I got the opportunity. But it was very much generations of families that all worked together. I worked on a lot of films where it was the first director, son was the third director, and the daughter worked in hair and makeup, and that was the way in. It was very... there was lots of nepotism that went on. So there's a real emphasis now on trying to make it more diverse and more representative of all communities. So yeah, the work I do in terms of when we're funding productions and they have to take on trainees, we really emphasize the fact they have to be able to demonstrate it's open and fair recruitment. And it's not just somebody in the know that's going to get the trainee placement. But there's a lot of opportunities out there now, more, I think, than there were when I was trying to get into it.
I did an event with somebody, and I asked them how they got into the business, and they said, well, when my father was working on Lawrence of Arabia, he was out doing, that sort of thing. But when you say about sort of, obviously we've got to make sure that it is a diverse in terms of how you recruit people and training, but is it sort of sometimes difficult to kind of get that balance, because you don't want to necessarily just focus on, say, the minorities? You want to sort of make sure everybody has an opportunity. Is sometimes that difficult to get right?
Well, not really, because it's so unbalanced at the moment that it's always has to be the best person for the job that's going to get recruited.
Yeah.
So we don't get involved in the recruitment, but it's about making sure that the opportunities that are offered by particular productions we're funding are widely promoted, and it's not just going to the same people all the time. So, for instance, we won't support anything that's unpaid, like internships, because otherwise it's discriminating, and it's discriminating against anybody who hasn't really got parents that can support them whilst they're doing unpaid work. So that's a big no-no for us, because it's, you know, it is about opportunities for all, and it's you know, it's not necessarily I mean, like in Wales, it can also be a socio-economic groups that are underrepresented, because there's a lot of young people that think, oh, well, I'd love to do that, but it's not an industry for me because it's seen as very white and middle class. Whereas actually, I would say that when I worked in the film industry, I wouldn't have said it was particularly middle class, because, you know, it was people that were particularly all like the, you know, the Sparks and the camera crew. I wouldn't have said they came from particularly middle class backgrounds, but yeah, I suppose it's like anywhere, it's just trying to make it so that it's not excluding people. I think that's the key thing.
I mean, that sounds like a very worthwhile and quite an exciting sort of part of the industry to be in, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's probably a lovely place to end on. Thank you, Judy, for spending so much time talking with me this evening.
Okay, pleasure. Nice to meet you.
And you.
All the best.
And you too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.